afternoon to all in Indonesia and Singapore, and a good evening and good morning to others around the world who are joining us here today. A warm welcome to day 2 of the GoTo Data Science Conference. I'm Geraldine, Head of Data for the Merchant Platform and Commerce Enablement entities in Gojek and GoTo Financial, and I will be your host for today. The GoTo Group is one of the largest technology companies in Indonesia and Southeast Asia. Our effort to organize this two-day conference is a small step towards sharing how our work in data science is creating a positive impact for our customers, merchants, and drivers. We also want to learn from experts in the field and discuss new innovative ideas. Being a socially driven and sensitive organization, we value and cherish the involvement of data science communities towards this common goal. For those of you who were with us yesterday, I trust that you took away some learnings from the fascinating talk that Dr. Nicola Chapardo shared on the topic, Beyond Correlation Machines, Causality Tools for Better Predictions and Decisions at Scale. For those of you who are only able to join us today, if you would like to view the recording of the conference proceedings from day 1, they are available at the webinar link that you have been provided, as well as on the YouTube channels, Live at Gojek and Inside Tokopedia. To make things a little more interesting today, we have also incorporated a small contest in today's session. To all the audience members in Indonesia, you stand a chance to win one of 5 Tokopedia gift cards, each in the amount of 50,000 Indonesian rupiah, if you share your favorite moment from the conference, either from yesterday or today, in your Instagram story. The gift cards will be given out to the 5 best and most creative participants. Also, don't forget to mention at Inside Tokopedia, at Live at Gojek, and at gojek.tech. For the winners, our organizing team will contact you via direct message in Instagram. So please ensure that your Instagram account is not private so that we can check your post. We have an exciting lineup for you today. Our schedule kicks off with welcome speeches by Gojek's Chief Food Officer, Sutjahyo, and CTO of Tokopedia, Herman Widjaja. This is followed by a panel discussion involving heads of data science from the GoTo Group, as well as external speakers from prominent data communities around the region, such as She Loves Data, Data Science Indonesia, and AI Professionals Singapore. Following the panel discussion, you will hear from some of the brightest data scientists at the GoTo Group as they share how they tackle challenging problems we at the GoTo Group encounter regularly with machine learning solutions. Today's lineup will be capped with a plenary talk by Dr. Nando de Freitas, former professor from Oxford University and lead scientist at Google DeepMind. Without further ado, let us begin today's conference. First up, we have Ms. Sutjahyo, Chief of Commercial Expansion at Gojek and Chief Food Officer. Catherine presently leads Gojek's food delivery platform with a focus on developing innovative strategies and products to meet consumer demand, while empowering micro, small, and medium enterprises across the region. Under her leadership, GoFood has grown to become the largest app-based food delivery service in Southeast Asia today, based on the total number of orders. Catherine has an illustrious background. She was previously a co-founder and managing director at Zalora Indonesia, where she was pivotal in building the business. Following that, she took the helm at AlphaCard as their Chief Executive Officer. Catherine was named to Prestige Indonesia's 40 Under 40, the Indonesian Vanguard of 2020, and has also given numerous talks regarding empowering women entrepreneurs. Catherine, we can't wait to hear from you. The virtual stage is all yours.
Thank you, Geraldine. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening as well, I guess. Thank you, everyone, for spending your Saturday or late Friday with us. I'm super delighted, super excited to be here today. Let me introduce myself very quickly. As Geraldine mentioned, my name is Hindra Sutjahyo. I've been with Gojek about 5 years now. I'm currently taking care of a Gojek food business. So if you are not super familiar with Gojek, Gojek today has a 3 main business: to transport food and logistic. I've been taking care of its food business, the food delivery business of it. But on top of that, I'm also looking after the overall company sales and operations organization as well. Once again, super delighted to see all of you here. Super delighted to virtually meet everyone today. Since this is our first data conference, this is mind-boggling for me. I'm super kind of excited to meet a lot of you here. Hopefully we can catch up again in more detail with some of you after this event. But today, let me start with what does data mean? What does data part of our GoTo ecosystem? As one of the business leader, I can't say more how much data has been such an integral part of how we see ourselves as a company. And I believe this is only the beginning. I think that the importance, the criticality of data is just gonna be even more and more in the future. Let me start with 2 things, right? To illustrate a little bit, what do I mean by that? The first one, it's not a secret how competitive the industry that we are in. We all know about that. I truly believe, and the company truly believe, that data will become one of the key edge, one of the key competitive advantage, how we can set ourselves apart. What do we mean by that? I'm giving an example. I'm sure everyone keeps saying, hey, this is the industry that's spending a lot of money, for example, on providing, giving promo to the customer or something like that. I'm just gonna address the elephant in the room, right? But I truly believe the key of differentiating ourselves is how good we are in targeting, how good we are in customizing, being so granular in understanding our customer. In Gojek, in GoTo, we are not only going to granular on the user level, but we even saying like, hey, what is the use case of the customer? Let me take an example of food, for example. Me personally, maybe during lunchtime, for me, food is food. It's just that so I have lunch, I can continue for my next meeting. But for dinner and for weekend, it's totally different thing. It's an experience. Obviously, how I'm gonna be targeted on what kind of food you will recommend to me, what kind of promo you should target to me, and so on and so forth. It's very much dependent on that. This is the kind of thing that we continue to have an evolution in how we are seeing this, how we see the customer, how we see we are providing that kind of experience. On top of that, we have to remember in Gojek and in GoTo, we are not just looking after the customer. The big part of our business is also our merchant, also our driver. For our driver, for example, what is most important for them is with the amount of time they are, we call it on bid. This is when they are like open their application and they can receive the order. How much efficient the time, how much productivity they get out of it, right? This is the kind of thing that we continue to optimize as well. For example, to say like, hey, if we know this restaurant based on our data, typically around lunchtime, around this time, the restaurant wait time is X minute. If it rains, X plus Y minutes. If it is Monday versus Friday, there is a different kind of like variation on that. So we learn through all that, and we, for example, we have what we call delayed allocation. So based on that kind of data, we tell driver, hey, when the food order being received, we only relay the allocation for the driver delayed by X plus Y plus Z that minutes, right? So why? Because it will help our driver to be more productive when they arrive at a restaurant. They know that, what do you call that? The food will be ready, minimize the time of driver waiting. At the same time as well, they can earn more. So this is just an example that I would like to really highlight here. Again, this is scratching the surface. I truly believe how we are leveraging data in our ecosystem is just the beginning. I can't be more excited, can't be more pump, right? To see there's so many. I'm sure if you're talking with a lot of our data team, the wish list is like a mile long in terms of like how we would like to see how we can apply the data. And I'm super looking forward to continue to invest in this area. Hopefully, with most of you who are here to become part of this journey. Again, as what Geraldine is saying, social impact is definitely a big thing in our DNA, in our blood. I truly believe all of us here, if you meet anyone here, hopefully you can see a red thread. You can see a similarities why we are all here. Because at the end of the day, we believe what we do on daily basis is making that impact. What we do in daily basis, I always say to the team, we literally and figuratively in daily basis feeding millions and millions of people, right? Not just because I'm in the food business, but in so many kind of like different ways we look at it. And it's been a great journey. Would like again one more time to welcome all of you in this event. Hopefully welcome you in this journey in some way or part as well with GoTo ecosystem, and have fun today. Have a lot of exchange of the learning, and looking forward to meet all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Catherine, for taking the time from your busy schedule today to open the second day of the GoTo Data Science Conference. It is indeed heartening to hear a senior leader like Catherine reiterating her belief and support for data, that it can be a competitive advantage in setting ourselves apart. It is also insightful to hear the examples of how data has helped customers and drivers and merchants from a GoFood perspective. And yes, we do have a data pipeline of projects a mile long, but we strongly believe in the impact that our data solutions can provide to the business and all who use it, the customers, merchants, and drivers. Thank you again, Catherine. Next, I would like to invite the CTO of Tokopedia, Mr. Herman Widjaja, to share a few words. Herman is presently the CTO of Tokopedia, overseeing all technology and data teams at Tokopedia. He has a storied background in engineering, having held engineering leadership positions at Microsoft, Amazon, Facebook, and Google in the United States, as well as holding 8 US and internationally issued patents. After a long stint in the US, Herman returned to Indonesia, where he took on the role of Chief Information Officer at Smartfren Telecom. Currently, in addition to his Tokopedia CTO portfolio, Herman is also the Chief Executive Officer of Semangat Digital Bangsa, a fintech company affiliated with Tokopedia that provides alternative credit scoring from e-commerce data sources. Herman is passionate about growing and globalizing the Indonesian technology community. Presently, he is on the board of advisors at the joint Universitas Gadjah Mada and Tokopedia AI Center of Excellence, building and leading the AI Center to solve hard problems in Indonesia through advanced technology. Herman is also a regular contributor to the Tokopedia Academy, a learning ground by Tokopedia for future digital talents in Indonesia. Please join me to welcome Herman. Herman, please.
Thank you, Geraldine. Hi, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I'm not very used to be read on that thing. I was like blushing and I was like, who's actually writing all of that, man? It's like, she just allow me to introduce myself. I'm just Herman. From what Geraldine said, that actually you can definitely know that I'm actually quite old. I'm trying to avoid my age by saying that I'm a bit more wiser, aka I'm older. But anyway, thank you so much everyone for joining this wonderful event. I still remember that back in September 1st, Aditya, Ophir, and Fiona, we actually had a chat over WhatsApp, and we said, hey, if we can actually do some sort of data science gathering across the GoTo ecosystem, it will be super duper amazing. And then it's just so amazing that Ophir, Aditya, and Fiona, along with the team, are actually taking the what we call a dream, right, into something becoming a reality. Now it's 25th and 26th of February. The overall data scientists across the 3 companies are here. And not only just that, but we are able to really share and learn from each other. This is what at GoTo we call it one GoTo spirit. So again, kudos to all of you. I just want to say hi to all of the data scientists in Gojek, data scientists in GTF, and data scientists in Tokopedia. Really, really great to have you guys here. I think as a technology professionals, I'm a big believer that technology in a technology company has a very strong importance. I'm a big believer that a journey of a technology from enablers into innovators. I think technology is enabler is when we are able to actually help our leader, our awesome leader like Catherine, to be able to lead the food market in Indonesia, how we are able to really help the Indonesian UMKM of the food industry and connecting user with the right set of food vendors and those kind of things. But I think those are what we call the enabler. But I think in the technology company, technology also plays a more important role, which is becoming an innovator. This is where the tide actually changed. This is where we are actually coming to Catherine or any other leaders in your organization and say, hey, through technology, we are able to give you new dreams, right? Through technology, we are able to give you better personalization, right? It will be amazing if one day we can actually come back to, say, for example, Catherine or the Go Transport leaders or Tokopedia and say, hey, we can actually help you with 1,000 faces, 1,000 screens dreams, right? It will be amazing if we can basically GoFood are able to uh, 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 share with us some of the food offering that's awesome. I think this is where technology can actually play a very important role, and you guys are basically the catalyst for that. So innovation is a big word. It's a very, very big word. But for me, innovation is not what we are aiming for. I know that is a very, very controversial statement, yeah. But for me, innovation is a byproduct, it's the fruit. What is the fruit of what? I believe innovation is a fruit of three things. This is what I believe, and I keep saying this to many, many people. Number one is really understanding who your customers are, what their pain points are, right? We need to first understand that. So many times we as technologists, we are too geeky, right? I'm not allowed, I don't know whether I'm allowed to say geeky or not, but sometimes we are too geeky to the point that, wow, this is cool. I want to do this visual recognition or NLP or something like that. And then we build something, and then after that, we try to find use cases. And I think I wanna encourage all of the technologists out there. It has to be the other way around. We have to understand who customers you are trying to solve. Is it our merchant? Is it our customer? Is it our partners? Is it our friends in as employees that we need to actually enable them and understand their pain points? Then only then you get the empathy. You understand what they are actually experiencing and how you use that empathy to do number two, which is use the growth mindset, aka use our experience, use our experience, our skill set, and everything to actually help solving their problem statement. And hopefully, at the end of the day, we just do it, right? Once we are able to understand who customers are, understanding their problem statement, using our amazing tool set in our ecosystem, including data science, and then just do it. This is where we are going to do what we call organic innovation, right? Where the innovation is really there because we are actually making impact into someone else's life. And that someone else's can be our merchant, that someone else's can be our customers, that someone else's can be our partners, that someone else's can be our Gojek drivers, that someone else's can be our employee friends. So again, it's actually very, very cool. I hope that I keep reminding myself actually on that innovation. That's why I love having a chance. Every time I have a chance to talk to our customers, to our merchant, to our customers, right? I am the 24/7 Tokopedia customer care, right? People are actually calling to me and everything. I said, hey, it's okay, just keep it up, right? Because the more I know them, the more I understand their pain point, the more empathy I have, and the more we can actually have that. I think this is a friendly reminder to all of the awesome, wonderful engineers or data scientists on this call and watching this show, that at the end of the day, we are here to bring someone else's life better. We are here to bring someone else's life more productive. So, and I think the other part as well is AI and machine learning is a very, very well common terms in the region so far. Yeah, oh, everything is AI machine learning. But I've seen an amazing gradual transformation of how Indonesian market are actually seeing data science and machine learning. I still remember 4 years ago when Tokopedia started embarking into this so-called AI journey 3 or 4 years ago. I still remember that every time we are doing brainstorming session with the business team, with the product team, we found something very, very hard. And suddenly we say, yep, don't worry, we solve it with data science. Okay. How do we do this? Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. Herman will solve it in data science. Okay. Okay. Then I have to remind them that, hey, data science is not a solution. I know that many people over here will be like, really, Herman? That's what you are believing in us? Yeah, data science is not a solution. Data science is like a vehicle, right? Data science is like a helicopter, right? We can go, I live in BSD, a part of Jakarta, right? We can go from Jakarta to BSD with helicopter, right? But it makes sense because it actually cut a lot of travel time. But a helicopter is not going to be useful if we don't know where we are going to go, right? I think where we are actually doing now, 3 years later, fast forwarding, I can see an amazing maturity even on the business and a product side to really understand the AI concept, how to actually see the mindset of the traditional technology where everything exact into something called data science, where it's going to be learning model, continuous learning model, and everything. And I think I've seen an amazing transformation across the business operation, product, and technology on that. But one thing that I've been sharing to the Tokopedia AI team, Fiona is very well aware of this, and I think I want to share to everyone on this, on viewing this as well. That I think we need to make sure that we as data scientists or data science expert in the organization, we need to also be able to help our engineers friend to also be brave to jump into data science and AI, right? In this market like Indonesia, so many times, oh, I'm an engineer. Backend, I understand. Go, Perl, Python, give it to me. I know. But when you start talking about AI, oh, wait. Where is my AI friend? I need to get my AI friend, right? I think about this. If we want to go into what we call AI first organization, we need to make sure everybody, including every engineers, to be able to be brave in actually jumping into this AI and machine learning, right? I'm really hoping 3 years from now, 2 years from now, every software engineer, the title is software engineer, not data scientist of machine learning engineer. The software engineer are brave to say, hey, you know what? I want to try what Geraldine are actually building. I want to try what Fiona are actually building. I want to try what Aditya model in visual recognition, that I want to be brave and building it rather than, wait, where is Geraldine? Where is Fiona? Where is Paul? Where is Ophir? And this is what I believe that the catalyst of any data science organization in Indonesia and in the region supposed to think about. So again, thank you so much again for allowing me to be able to share my thoughts on this. Really happy to have this wonderful, amazing conference. I want to thank specifically all the committees that actually make it happen. This is a Saturday of a very long weekend, and it's just so amazing. At 1 p.m. after ordering my GoFood, I was still here and then basically enjoying the show. By the way, if you are still hungry, don't forget to order your GoFood. And let's connect, let's learn, let's launch big things together in 2022. If you are not part of GoTo and you're actually watching this, my recommendation is let's build Indonesia together. Indonesia needs more and more of data scientists. And thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Herman, for the inspiring speech and for the vote of confidence to technology and data teams. The GoTo team has definitely benefited from your years of experience and technical capabilities. As you mentioned, the rest of today's agenda will allow us to share and learn from each other, and ideally, we can then return to our own companies to become the catalyst of driving decision-making via data. This includes, but is not limited to, understanding more about our customers, merchants, and drivers, to empathize and understand their pain points, and then delivering the right data-driven solution at the right time to the right people. We'll now take a short break of 5 minutes while our panelists get ready for the next session. You may take the opportunity to order from GoFood during the break, and the orders will be delivered to you subsequently. If you wish to also submit any questions to our panelists, you can visit bit.ly/Q&A-day2-go2 or scan the QR code on your screen. See you all back later here at 2:15 p.m.
Semua berawal dari mimpi anak-anak bangsa yang ingin menggali potensi terpendam mereka di Indonesia sebagai negara kepulauan terbesar di dunia. Namun, banyak yang terhalang oleh jarak dan teknologi walau semua punya kesempatan yang sama. Demi mencapai mimpi, kami perlu merobohkan tembok penghalang. Bagi kami, teknologi bisa menjadi solusi yang menjembatani semua orang. Maka dari itu, Tokopedia hadir sebagai sebuah perusahaan teknologi Indonesia dengan misi untuk mewujudkan pemerataan ekonomi secara digital di Indonesia. Kami membangun sebuah ekosistem di mana semua orang bisa memulai dan menemukan apapun. Perjalanan kami dimulai dengan marketplace yang dapat menghubungkan penjual dan pembeli di seluruh Nusantara serta menyediakan fitur-fitur agar mereka bisa mendapatkan lebih dari yang mereka butuhkan. Dengan dukungan dari mitra logistik, kini kami telah menjangkau 98% kecamatan di Indonesia. Penjual juga dapat memanfaatkan fitur toko cabang, gudang pintar untuk menyimpan stok barang di seluruh Indonesia. Kami juga menghadirkan lebih dari 40 produk digital untuk memudahkan pembayaran kebutuhan sehari-hari. Tokopedia percaya bahwa inklusi keuangan bisa dipercepat dengan memanfaatkan teknologi. Melalui Tokopedia Keuangan, kami menghadirkan pilihan produk-produk finansial terpercaya untuk berinvestasi, serta kemudahan mengakses permodalan untuk mengembangkan bisnis. Untuk mempercepat adopsi digital di Indonesia, kami menjangkau para pedagang tradisional lewat mitra Tokopedia dengan beragam fitur yang mempermudah dan memberi lebih banyak kesempatan untuk memajukan usaha mereka. Demi membangun ekosistem yang menyeluruh, Tokopedia Salam hadir untuk menyediakan produk dan fitur sesuai kebutuhan pasar syariah di Indonesia. Konsisten dalam membangun jembatan lewat teknologi, Tokopedia mengajak para pelaku usaha yang selama ini hanya dikenal lewat offline untuk ikut melebarkan sayap secara online. Vendor pernikahan adalah salah satunya. Kini merencanakan pernikahan impian dapat dilakukan melalui Tokopedia Wedding, lengkap dengan beragam aktivitas keluarga bersama Tokopedia Parents. Permudah aktivitas harian dengan Tokopedia Print dan Tokopedia Clean. Semua hanya dalam genggaman tangan. Demi mendukung misi kami, Tokopedia Academy hadir untuk mendukung perkembangan teknologi dan talenta digital di Indonesia. Melalui Tokopedia Care, kami selalu berusaha menjadi sahabat terbaik Toppers, memberikan pelayanan terbaik kepada lebih dari 100 juta pengguna aktif setiap bulannya melalui layanan digital customer service. Perjalanan kami tidak berhenti sampai di sini. Kami akan terus mewujudkan mimpi menjadi nyata, berkontribusi untuk membangun Indonesia lewat teknologi, sehingga dapat terus membantu berbagai aspek kehidupan masyarakat untuk selalu menemukan apa yang mereka butuhkan dan selalu bisa melakukan transaksi dengan mudah di Tokopedia. Tokopedia, bangga buatan Indonesia. Semua berawal dari mimpi anak-anak bangsa yang ingin menggali potensi terpendam mereka di Indonesia sebagai negara kepulauan terbesar di dunia. Namun, banyak yang terhalang oleh jarak dan teknologi walau semua punya kesempatan yang sama. Demi mencapai mimpi, kami perlu merobohkan tembok penghalang. Bagi kami, teknologi bisa menjadi solusi yang menjembatani semua orang. Maka dari itu, Tokopedia hadir sebagai sebuah perusahaan teknologi Indonesia dengan misi untuk mewujudkan pemerataan ekonomi secara digital di Indonesia. Kami membangun sebuah ekosistem di mana semua orang bisa memulai dan menemukan apapun. Semua berawal dari mimpi anak-anak bangsa yang ingin menggali potensi terpendam mereka di Indonesia sebagai negara kepulauan terbesar di dunia. Namun, banyak yang terhalang oleh jarak dan teknologi walau semua punya kesempatan yang sama. Demi mencapai mimpi, kami perlu merobohkan tembok penghalang. Bagi kami, teknologi bisa menjadi solusi yang menjembatani semua orang. Maka dari itu, Tokopedia hadir sebagai sebuah perusahaan teknologi Indonesia dengan misi untuk mewujudkan pemerataan ekonomi secara digital di Indonesia. Kami membangun sebuah ekosistem di mana semua orang bisa memulai dan menemukan apapun. Perjalanan kami dimulai dengan marketplace yang dapat menghubungkan penjual dan pembeli di seluruh Nusantara, serta menyediakan fitur-fitur agar mereka bisa mendapatkan lebih dari yang mereka butuhkan. Dengan dukungan dari mitra logistik, kini kami telah menjangkau 98% kecamatan di Indonesia. Penjual juga dapat memanfaatkan fitur toko cabang, gudang pintar untuk menyimpan stok barang di seluruh Indonesia. Kami juga menghadirkan lebih dari 40 produk digital untuk memudahkan pembayaran kebutuhan sehari-hari. Tokopedia percaya bahwa inklusi keuangan bisa dipercepat dengan memanfaatkan teknologi. Melalui Tokopedia Keuangan, kami menghadirkan pilihan produk-produk finansial terpercaya untuk berinvestasi, serta kemudahan mengakses permodalan untuk mengembangkan bisnis. Untuk mempercepat adopsi digital di Indonesia, kami menjangkau para pedagang tradisional lewat mitra Tokopedia dengan beragam fitur yang mempermudah dan memberi lebih banyak kesempatan untuk memajukan usaha mereka. Demi membangun ekosistem yang menyeluruh, Tokopedia Salam hadir untuk menyediakan produk dan fitur sesuai kebutuhan pasar syariah di Indonesia. Konsisten dalam membangun jembatan lewat teknologi, Tokopedia mengajak para pelaku usaha yang selama ini hanya dikenal lewat offline untuk ikut melebarkan sayap secara online. Vendor pernikahan adalah salah satunya. Kini merencanakan pernikahan impian dapat dilakukan melalui Tokopedia Wedding, lengkap dengan beragam aktivitas keluarga bersama Tokopedia Parents. Permudah aktivitas harian dengan Tokopedia Print dan Tokopedia Clean. Semua hanya dalam genggaman tangan. Demi mendukung misi kami, Tokopedia Academy hadir untuk mendukung perkembangan teknologi dan talenta digital di Indonesia. Melalui Tokopedia Care, kami selalu berusaha menjadi sahabat terbaik Toppers, memberikan pelayanan terbaik kepada lebih dari 100 juta pengguna aktif setiap bulannya melalui layanan digital customer service. Perjalanan kami tidak berhenti sampai di sini. Kami akan terus mewujudkan mimpi menjadi nyata, berkontribusi untuk membangun Indonesia lewat teknologi, sehingga dapat terus membantu berbagai aspek kehidupan masyarakat untuk selalu menemukan apa yang mereka butuhkan dan selalu bisa melakukan transaksi dengan mudah di Tokopedia. Tokopedia, bangga buatan Indonesia. Semua berawal dari mimpi anak-anak bangsa yang ingin menggali potensi terpendam mereka di Indonesia sebagai negara kepulauan terbesar di dunia. Namun, banyak yang terhalang oleh jarak dan teknologi walau semua punya kesempatan yang sama. Demi mencapai mimpi, kami perlu merobohkan tembok penghalang. Bagi kami, teknologi bisa menjadi solusi yang menjembatani semua orang. Maka dari itu, Tokopedia hadir sebagai sebuah perusahaan teknologi Indonesia dengan misi untuk mewujudkan pemerataan ekonomi secara digital di Indonesia. Kami membangun sebuah ekosistem di mana semua orang bisa memulai dan menemukan apapun. Perjalanan kami dimulai dengan marketplace yang dapat menghubungkan penjual dan pembeli di seluruh Nusantara, serta menyediakan fitur-fitur agar mereka bisa mendapatkan lebih dari yang mereka butuhkan. Dengan dukungan dari mitra logistik, kini kami telah menjangkau 98% kecamatan di Indonesia. Penjual juga dapat memanfaatkan fitur toko cabang, gudang pintar untuk menyimpan stok barang di seluruh Indonesia. Kami juga menghadirkan lebih dari 40 produk digital untuk memudahkan pembayaran kebutuhan sehari-hari. Tokopedia percaya bahwa inklusi keuangan bisa dipercepat dengan memanfaatkan teknologi. Melalui Tokopedia Keuangan, kami menghadirkan pilihan produk-produk finansial terpercaya untuk berinvestasi, serta kemudahan mengakses permodalan untuk mengembangkan bisnis. Untuk mempercepat adopsi digital di Indonesia, kami menjangkau para pedagang tradisional lewat mitra Tokopedia dengan beragam fitur yang mempermudah dan memberi lebih banyak kesempatan untuk memajukan usaha mereka. Demi membangun ekosistem yang menyeluruh, Tokopedia Salam hadir untuk menyediakan produk dan fitur sesuai kebutuhan pasar syariah di Indonesia. Konsisten dalam membangun jembatan lewat teknologi, Tokopedia mengajak para pelaku usaha yang selama ini hanya dikenal lewat offline untuk ikut melebarkan sayap secara online. Vendor pernikahan adalah salah satunya. Kini merencanakan pernikahan impian dapat dilakukan melalui Tokopedia Wedding, lengkap dengan beragam aktivitas keluarga bersama Tokopedia Parents. Permudah aktivitas harian dengan Tokopedia Print dan Tokopedia Clean. Semua hanya dalam genggaman tangan. Demi mendukung misi kami, Tokopedia Academy hadir untuk mendukung perkembangan teknologi dan talenta digital di Indonesia. Melalui Tokopedia Care, kami selalu berusaha menjadi sahabat terbaik Toppers, memberikan pelayanan terbaik kepada lebih dari 100 juta pengguna aktif setiap bulannya melalui layanan digital customer service. Perjalanan kami tidak berhenti sampai di sini. Kami akan terus mewujudkan mimpi menjadi nyata, berkontribusi untuk membangun Indonesia lewat teknologi, sehingga dapat terus membantu berbagai aspek kehidupan masyarakat untuk selalu menemukan apa yang mereka butuhkan dan selalu bisa melakukan transaksi dengan mudah di Tokopedia. Tokopedia, bangga buatan Indonesia. Semua berawal dari mimpi anak-anak bangsa yang ingin menggali potensi terpendam mereka di Indonesia sebagai negara kepulauan terbesar di dunia. Namun, banyak yang terhalang oleh jarak dan teknologi walau semua punya kesempatan yang sama. Demi mencapai mimpi, kami perlu merobohkan tembok penghalang. Bagi kami, teknologi bisa menjadi solusi yang menjembatani semua orang. Maka dari itu, Tokopedia hadir sebagai sebuah perusahaan teknologi Indonesia dengan misi untuk mewujudkan pemerataan ekonomi secara digital di Indonesia. Kami membangun sebuah ekosistem di mana semua orang bisa memulai dan menemukan apapun. Perjalanan kami dimulai dengan marketplace yang dapat menghubungkan penjual dan pembeli di seluruh Nusantara, serta menyediakan fitur-fitur agar mereka bisa mendapatkan lebih dari yang mereka butuhkan. Dengan dukungan dari mitra logistik, kini kami telah menjangkau 98% kecamatan di Indonesia. Penjual juga dapat memanfaatkan fitur toko cabang, gudang pintar untuk menyimpan stok barang di seluruh Indonesia. Kami juga menghadirkan lebih dari 40 produk digital untuk memudahkan pembayaran kebutuhan sehari-hari. Tokopedia percaya bahwa inklusi keuangan bisa dipercepat dengan memanfaatkan teknologi. Melalui Tokopedia Keuangan, kami menghadirkan pilihan produk-produk finansial terpercaya untuk berinvestasi, serta kemudahan mengakses permodalan untuk mengembangkan bisnis. Untuk mempercepat adopsi digital di Indonesia, kami menjangkau para pedagang tradisional lewat mitra Tokopedia dengan beragam fitur yang mempermudah dan memberi lebih banyak kesempatan untuk memajukan usaha mereka. Demi membangun ekosistem yang menyeluruh, Tokopedia Salam hadir untuk menyediakan produk dan fitur sesuai kebutuhan pasar syariah di Indonesia. Konsisten dalam membangun jembatan lewat teknologi, Tokopedia mengajak para pelaku usaha yang selama ini hanya dikenal lewat offline untuk ikut melebarkan sayap secara online. Vendor pernikahan adalah salah satunya. Kini merencanakan pernikahan impian dapat dilakukan melalui Tokopedia Wedding, lengkap dengan beragam aktivitas keluarga bersama Tokopedia Parents. Permudah aktivitas harian dengan Tokopedia Print dan Tokopedia Clean. Semua hanya dalam genggaman tangan. Demi mendukung misi kami, Tokopedia Academy hadir untuk mendukung perkembangan teknologi dan talenta digital di Indonesia. Melalui Tokopedia Care, kami selalu berusaha menjadi sahabat terbaik Toppers, memberikan pelayanan terbaik kepada lebih dari 100 juta pengguna aktif setiap bulannya melalui layanan digital customer service. Perjalanan kami tidak berhenti sampai di sini. Kami akan terus mewujudkan mimpi menjadi nyata, berkontribusi untuk membangun Indonesia lewat teknologi, sehingga dapat terus membantu berbagai aspek kehidupan masyarakat untuk selalu menemukan apa yang mereka butuhkan dan selalu bisa melakukan transaksi dengan mudah di Tokopedia. Tokopedia, bangga buatan Indonesia. Semua berawal dari mimpi anak-anak bangsa yang ingin menggali potensi terpendam mereka di Indonesia sebagai negara kepulauan terbesar di dunia. Namun, banyak yang terhalang oleh jarak dan teknologi walau semua punya kesempatan yang sama. Demi mencapai mimpi, kami perlu merobohkan tembok penghalang. Bagi kami, teknologi bisa menjadi solusi yang menjembatani semua orang. Maka dari itu, Tokopedia hadir sebagai sebuah perusahaan teknologi Indonesia dengan misi untuk mewujudkan pemerataan ekonomi secara digital di Indonesia. Kami membangun sebuah ekosistem di mana semua orang bisa memulai dan menemukan apapun. Perjalanan kami dimulai dengan marketplace yang dapat menghubungkan penjual dan pembeli di seluruh Nusantara serta menyediakan fitur-fitur agar mereka bisa mendapatkan lebih dari yang mereka butuhkan. Dengan dukungan dari mitra logistik, kini kami telah menjangkau 90.
Welcome back, everyone, to the GoTo Data Science Conference. We will now head into our panel discussion, where the topic for today is taking data science to new heights with communities and industries. With us here today on the panel, we have Fiona Pan, VP of Data Science at Tokopedia, Syafri Bahar, VP of Data Science at Gojek, Kin Pham from She Loves Data, Dita Amalia from Data Science Indonesia, and Singming Koo from AI Professionals. For this panel discussion and follow-up Q&A session, Alamshia Hanza, Data Scientist from Gojek, will be the moderator. You may pose your questions to the panelists on Slido, and the panelists will get around to answer them during the Q&A session. Before we proceed to the panel discussion, we would like to invite each of the data community here with us today to give us a short sharing about their communities. First up, we have She Loves Data. She Loves Data is a nonprofit social enterprise that inspires women around the globe to become active contributors to an increasingly data-driven world. They build communities where women from diverse backgrounds can come together to learn, connect, and have fun during webinars and workshops. I will now pass the stage over to Richa Tibara from She Loves Data to share more about her community. Richa, please.
Thank you so much for handing over this and providing this opportunity to Tokopedia. So without data, you are just another person with an opinion, right? I absolutely love the analogy when Herman in the previous session said that data is like a helicopter. Fantastic. Alone, we can do so little. Together, we can do so much. And that's what is the power of communities and organizations like this coming together in today's era to work towards the upliftment of the society and the tech world as a whole. So a very, very good afternoon, good morning, and good evening to all of you, wherever you're dialing from. My name is Richa Tibreval, as I was just introduced. I'm based in Singapore, and I head the global operations and signature programs for She Loves Data. So who is She Loves Data? What do we do? And most importantly, how and why do we do what we do? You can very well see on the screen right now our mission kind of, populated there. Our mission is majorly to empower and enable more and more women to be co-drivers of the tech and data revolution through free trainings, learning-based certification programs, and provide with a bias-free, judgment-free support network and sisterhood. So our goal is actually to kind of encourage you so that you are not hesitant anymore. Our primary focus has always been and will always be on diversity, inclusion, and data literacy. But we absolutely welcome everyone to most of all our workshops and sessions, irrespective of the gender and where you come from. To be honest, if I think about the numbers, you can see the 3 pillars there. You can see there's this data and technology, then there is essential skills, leadership skills, which are majorly our 3 pillars. But 70% of our events, as the name says, are on data and tech skills to bridge that competence gap that we see around the world. 15% is to develop that essential skills because tech skills are not just, alone enough. And 15% of the rest of the remaining activities are majorly to help ensure that we have more and more female leaders at the top in the future. Because it's not just the tech or the business skills. You really, really need to see where you want to go in future. All of our activities are made possible, of course, through the support of our partners via sponsorships, donations, or even strategic barters, just like that we have one right now with Tokopedia. Thank you once again to Tokopedia for inviting She Loves Data to participate in this GoTo conference. And lastly, when you see our competence pillar, we are constantly in a process to come up with curated learning and educational certification programs to cater to our beginner level, intermediate level, advanced level courses. So if you think you are yet to start your data journey, or maybe you are in a different career altogether. You want to switch, you want to switch to the future of the tech world, data world. Come to us. We have all the beginner courses to get you started. If you are already in your journey, you are at some mid-level career, and you want to see how do you actually proceed, how do you upskill yourself, how do you add value to your career. Of course, we have intermediate level courses. If you think you want to further get into top leadership, female leadership roles, we do have such panel discussions, networking events, so many meetups, not just in the offline world, but also in the virtual world. And of course, the blessing in disguise, COVID, when it happened, we have moved all our workshops to online. People dial in from 140 different countries, and we have presence in 17 countries. So you can always look up to hybrid events. We have offline and online both. And topics are generally super hot topics in data trends, or even the basic topics, just like intro to data, data visualization, Python, SQL, and many more such topics that you might think about. And it's not just about data. If you think about digital, of course, digital marketing is not in silo anymore. And if you see the next slide, we have grown exponentially in the last 3 years of our 5 years of existence. She Loves Data actually was incepted and has headquarters in Singapore since 2016, but we are spread across. And of course, there's no stopping. And we are launching in India soon. So I would like to actually let you know and invite you that you can see the presence in 17 countries, our social presence, our online events, and how many workshops we have actually trained all the women across the world. There's no bias, men, women, any part of the world can join our workshops. And lastly, if you see on the next slide, there is a barcode. You can pull out your camera, just scan the barcode, and it will take you to our website. What you can do is on the top, there's a pink bar where you can just subscribe to our newsletter. And please mention the country as India when you fill your details. This is an invite only launch kind of a participation that you can do. You can stay tuned with what's happening in Singapore or in India or in different parts of the world where She Loves Data is present, with so many, much more events and networking opportunities that you can get. Thank you once again, Tokopedia. I hope I didn't exceed the time limit. But yeah, it's amazing to be a part of such a conference and with such amazing speakers from different parts of the world talking about such important topics like data today. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Richa, for being here on a Saturday to share more about She Loves Data. Indeed, alone we can do so little, but together we can do so much. Together, we can learn how to add value to our organizations. Next up, we will hear from the AI Professionals Association in Singapore. AI Professionals' aim is to build an ecosystem that supports the growth and usage of artificial intelligence to build a better society via driving an active and vibrant community of qualified engineers, technologists, and practitioners together collaborate and proactively harness the economics and scientific potential of AI for the betterment of humanity. I will now hand the stage over to Sengming Koo from AI Professionals to share more about his association. Sengming, please.
Thank you, Geraldine. Hello, everyone. My name is Sengming, and I'm very happy to be here, invited by the organizer to share what we're doing or what we are starting in Singapore. By no means this is something that we only want it happen in Singapore, but we do want to drive this all over the world. It was very interesting to hear in the morning, in the afternoon, during the opening when Herman talks about how it is important that even people who is looking at data science or that shouldn't look at data science and AI and machine learning in difference. And Herman talks about how it's important to converge the roles and the knowledge and the expertise that is required when we as practitioners or even as users or even producers of AI and machine learning technologies, or that we must all come it together and look at it from a combined perspective. So Geraldine explained about what AI professionals sought to do, but what I would like to present more is there's a gap and there's something that needs to be done. So AI has been around for almost close to a decade now, since the 2011 paper. We see four things that is happening, not just in Singapore, but also in the region. The first one is companies, organization, all that, when they want to invest into AI and machine learning, and they need to hire the talent, they want to hire engineers. They are not hiring students. Students are great for training all that, but organization, when they hire people in, they would like the people to be able to deliver value right from the get-go. Number two, when it comes to government, looking at state strategies, government looking at how to transform or how to increase the adoption of AI, what the government wants is a AI proficient workforce. Not only that, the government also wants to know where are their local talents situated, meaning their citizens. The third, which is something that is happening these days, is not just about training and demonstrating an AI model. You can do it now online through courses. You can do it with canned data sets. You can do it with a lot of courses. But you're not looking at the other aspect of AI. A complete AI life cycle doesn't just mean training and proving a model. It also means putting the model into production. It also means integrating the model into a CI/CD. And thus, the ecosystem actually do need to invest more effort in standardization of AI engineering practice, all the way from looking at the problems, developing an AI model, training it, tuning it, putting into production, and also subsequently everything that goes into this whole new branch, which is what we are calling machine learning operations. So we do need then to have a global body to start recognizing what are qualified AI practitioners and also to grow that professions. And when I talk about practitioners, all that, I do encompass also the researchers, all that, but enterprises do need people who can engineer, and there's a lot of emphasis on that. Next slide, please. So hence AI Professional was, I'm the co-founder and the VP. I founded this together with Mr. Kupeng Xiong, which some of you may know is from Data Science Singapore and a very, very active person in LinkedIn and also in data science community. We founded this in 2020. We call it AI Professional Association. And this association is set up to look at 4 main areas. One, as I mentioned earlier, about growing that growing community of qualified AI practitioners. We look at practitioners. We look at chartered AI engineer. Chartered AI engineer is something that I'll talk about later. We look at bringing the corporate members that is in need of engineers and will be very relevant when it comes to chartered AI engineers being grouped. And we also, of course, work with the schools to make sure that there's a healthy pipeline. The professional associations also look at technology partners. We already have some MOU, for example, with the schools, with NVIDIA, with some of the institutions as well. We look at technical committee. The association is centered around 4 technical committees for now. One is to look at professional qualification. That's for chartered AI engineer. Second is professional development. Third is to, of course, work with government organization to look at introducing AI project implementation standards. And also there's a whole breadth and depth of AI standards when it comes to ethics, governance, trustworthy systems, all that. We also will be very interested to support Singapore Standards Council when it comes to AI standards adoption and also promoting it. Last but not least, also is partners. So right now, Partners AI Professional Association is partners with the national bodies and also grassroots bodies, and that's something we want to grow. Next slide, please. So last slide I want to really talk about is chartered AI engineer profession. To my surprise, actually, when I co-started this with my president, was that in many other industries, you have regulated industries, especially, you have CPA, CFA, public accountants, finance accountant. Even in the engineering field for construction, there's chartered engineer. But yet, in this growing field that we are in, there's no chartered AI engineer. So we decided to grow that. We have already established the assessment rubrics as well as the competency framework. And we have been running qualification runs in Singapore for at least 4 runs now. Next slide. Now, for the last slide, now I talk about government and even organization needing to know where the talents are. So we already established the Singapore National Registry. You can take a look at the URL here, aip.org/.sg/CIE registry. So all the names that you see inside are either associate engineer, qualified chartered AI engineer level 1 or level 2. And we continue to grow this and we'll continue to service this with both public and private organizations in Singapore. And we'll be very keen to see looking at setting up national registry of qualified AI practitioners, not just in Singapore, but across the region and the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ming, for your sharing on the AI professionals community. Indeed, it is not just about training and building the model, but putting the model into production. Last but definitely not least, we will hear from the Data Science Indonesia community. This community was established in 2015 to champion data-driven technology in the spirit of public-private partnership, as well as to engage both technical and non-technical audiences to practice the culture. Their vision is to develop a creative and innovative data-driven ecosystem to enhance human welfare. I would now like to invite Nabil Badri from Data Science Indonesia to share further about his community. Nabil, please.
Thank you, Geraldine. Hello, everyone. We have found we are in a good condition. Yeah. Let me introduce myself. My name is Nabil. I'm a chairman of Data Science Indonesia. I would like to talk about what is Data Science Indonesia. Please, next slide. Yeah. All right. Okay. DSI is a community in a community form and organized by the foundation, which called Yayasan Data Science. Yeah, we have a vision as a platform for social impact innovation with a mission to build collaborative data technology solver ecosystem for social welfare improvement. And we also build the ecosystem not only for the data talent, but also we do partnership with public and private sector to build data talent solver ecosystem, yeah, to engage the technical person, the non-technical person. Since we build the data tech solver ecosystem, we are not one person work, but also we collaborate, yeah, with many stakeholders. The first one, of course, the data talent itself, the developers, the data engineers, data scientists, data analysts, and from the business side, like business analysts. This is also the one of importance, yeah, stakeholder. But we also engage to the university because we know the university is a pool of talent. We try to collaborate to bring the update curriculum to implement in the university curriculum. And also we engage to the principal technology to bring the latest technology to provide the playground, yeah, the technology itself, the sandbox, yeah, the environment of the big data. And also we try to engage, of course, with the government to endorse our initiative to democratize our data. And also to make it sustain, we engage with some of NGO donors to fund our program. Currently, we in several regions. We are in 4 regions. Yeah, in Indonesia is Java, Central Java, Yogyakarta, and South Sulawesi. And now we expand to more than 10 regions. Hopefully, will be done in 3 years. And this is what of our aim. Yeah. Okay, next slide. To answer the vision, yeah, collaborative data technology solver ecosystem, we have 3 missions. The first one is we try to give the free training, yeah, to build the capabilities, but not only the technical things like SQL, programming, math, statistics, but also one of the important things is the non-technical skills like soft skill. What is that? Because we aim to create problem solver. The first one, we give the knowledge about how to have problem solving mindset. This is the first one. And as data person, we have to capability to communicate, yeah, how the methodology, how the result, yeah, to the stakeholder, yeah, and the one of key important is how to engage and build teamwork, yeah, with another person. Yeah, this is the one of our mission, and also we have served the playground, yeah, to have the talent to give opportunity to get their portfolio. The second one, we try to literate about the data, yeah, to build awareness, to build awareness to our stakeholder. And the third, yeah, we as a hub partner, we serve undeserved groups like the women. Yeah, we have a program, Data Science Learning Studio, in rural area. We try to engage the talent in rural area and so on. And also we engage to the expert from Indonesia global talent, yeah, in US, in Europe, yeah. And also we try to engage with the expert, yeah, in industry like GoTo person. This is what of our scheme, yeah. And also we try to engage to the employers, the industry, to serve, to know the needs and to fit their needs, yeah. And so on. Next slide. We have three pillars, yeah. Therefore, we have three pillars. The first one is educate, yeah, to build our talent, yeah, to bridging the expert, yeah. We have a boot camp, the training, and also the capstone project. And the second one, we socialize, yeah, to build the awareness, yeah, to public sector, private sector, yeah. With we create event, we regularly create content, yeah, education content or insight content, what happening, what the future technology comes, yeah, we try to tailor the data with the future technology and also the problem itself. And the third one is advocate, yeah, we try to show, yeah, to the public what is the data science benefit, yeah, and also what is data science impact that we can bring. That's why to present the data science impact, we try to get the real problem, to solve specific problem, real problem, social issues with data and technology. And we also provide the playground to our member, yeah, to our talent, yeah. Anyone can join by providing the data set, real data set from the industry. So we collaborate with industry by the industry donate the data, and also we give them the solutions, yeah, in a free way, of course. And also the third one, the second one is we provide the technology and also the sandbox, yeah, the environment, big data environment, to know what is the big data environment in industry, so they can learn before they get a job, yeah. Next slide. Yeah. Okay. Last but not least, this is DSI, Data Science Indonesia, is more than data science itself. So we try to build not only the data scientists, but we create problem solver to tackling the social issues. So the collaboration is our DNA. I think collaboration with GoTo, Silas Data, professional is better, yeah, for the several years with to solve our agenda, to solve our problem. I think it's a good initiative, if we can collaborate more. I think that's all from me. Thank you for being me. Keep healthy, stay connected. Thank you.
Thank you, Nabil, for your organization's efforts in establishing partnerships and democratizing data in Indonesia and developing problem-solving mindsets in the community. A big thank you once again to all representatives for the sharing of your communities. To the audience, if you are interested to learn more or to take part in their activities, please visit their respective web pages. I will now hand over to Alamsyah to begin the panel discussion. Alamsyah, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Geraldine. Hello all. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome again. Today, today I will be a moderator. My name is Salam Syafri Hamza. I'm a data scientist at GoFood. Thank you so much for joining with us today. Today we will talk about taking data science to the new heights with communities and industries. As you may know that the communities is the organization that are mostly talking about the supply, how they talking how they get us get a new talent and is being good organization to have a new talent from zero to hero, something like that. And meanwhile, the industry is the demand side who wants new talent to be a part of their organization to solve the problem from their point of view. So okay, to talk about between these two sides, I want to invite our speakers today for Fiona Pan from Tokopedia, Syafri Bahar from Gojek, Dita Amalia from Data Science Indonesia, Sherman Ko from AI Professionals, and Queen Pam from Shilos Data. All right, cool. Can can you hear me now, Fiona?
Yeah, yeah,
We can hear you. Hi, cool.
to me, right?
Syafri,
Okay.
hello. Dita, hello Dita. Hey, Ko.
Hi, everyone. Here.
Hello. And also Queen, hello.
Hi, everyone.
Hello. All right, cool. Thank you so much, guys, for joining us this Saturday in this weekend. Thank you so much. In around 45 minutes at least, we will talk about anything about data science in the industry and the communities. So yeah, how are you? Hopefully everything's good. Yeah, right.
Yeah, we are all good.
Yeah.
Very
All
glad
good.
to have you.
Okay. Nice. All right. All right. So maybe not all of our audience knows all about you. Maybe Fiona and Syafri, Dita, Sko, and Queen can introduce yourself and what have you been doing in your organization. So maybe I can start with Fiona.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you for having me in this awesome event, and also welcome everyone to participate in this today's data science conference of GoTo. Yeah, my name is Pan Yao Zhang, and you can simply call me Fiona, and I'm VP of Data Science for Tokopedia. Currently, I'm overseeing the data science function for Tokopedia. So our mission and vision, including building up what leading level data science team within the organization and driving tangible business impact using AI and machine learning and all the data science solutions. So before joining Tokopedia, I worked in tech industry for the past 15 years, mainly focusing on driving internet business using data science and AI solutions, such as Grab, Shopee, and some big data platform company. My past experience is a mix of industry and academia. I graduated from National University of Singapore, major in computer engineering, and I spent 4 years in research institute doing research, and then I kind of like feel my personal passion is on using technology to driving business and also to enable and empower people to using AI and machine learning technology to benefit everyone's daily life. That's how I came here. Yeah, so pass over to you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much, Fiona. That's really good introduction. So yeah, Syafri, goes to you.
Yeah. Thanks for having me and welcome everyone. My name is Syafri. I'm a VP of Data Science at Gojek. Right? I'll probably first share my personal story actually. So I remember I visited Jakarta in 2016, I believe back then, and I was so surprised to see oceans of green jackets back then. And 1 year later, actually, I decided to come back to Indonesia, and because I really do believe that there's definitely a big potential which technology companies can actually offer, especially to increase the life quality of people in the region, especially in Indonesia. Borrowing quote from Catherine, we believe that we literally feed millions actually. So not only literally but figuratively as well actually. So both and my families are avid users of Gojek itself. My cousins, I have a big family. My cousins, my even some of my uncles are actually Gojek drivers as well. So really, being able to use the disciplines and my knowledge, right, to be able to transforming the life of millions is really fulfilling them. And for me, it's really like a gift, I think, being able to wake up every morning and then, still have the feeling every day. So that's the sorry. So professionally, together with my colleague Aditya, I would like to think ourselves as a servant and especially enabler for our data team. Basically, we try to unblock them. What we do is we build high performing team, actually an environment, and really the only thing that we need to do is just not to get in their way, because we believe we hire good quality talent, right? So it's best for let them run, basically setting up the foundations and let them run, right? For our stakeholders, I like to think myself as a thought leader, and I think my job is really to kind of position data and data science organizations actually to be like a thought partner for the companies, not only a service provider, and then also be a thought leader for executive leadership, right? Because I really do believe there are so many problems, high quality problems, meaningful ones actually, that we can solve with the data science and data in general, right? Yeah. So that's a little bit about me.
Okay, thank you so much, Syafri, for the introduction. I'll go to the communities now. So we have Tita, Ko, and Queen. Maybe you can introduce yourself and what have you been doing in the communities. Start from Queen.
Sure. Thank you for the introduction. So hi, everyone. My name is Queen. I represent the community She Loves Data. And we stand for diversity and bringing diversity, not just in gender, but in thoughts, in background, in everything, because we strongly believe that to support, a great data the great improvement and progress of data science and data analytics, it requires good problem solving, which comes from diversity. And that's my own personal belief as well. So with She Loves Data, I have been supporting in, curating the curriculum, as well as I am personally one of the instructors for our Intro to Data courses. So that's an amazing place to, bring beginners to help them dip their toes into data education. And for my day job, because besides She Loves Data, I do work with a company that is called Mero. We are a customer data platform solution provider. And I also work a lot with clients who have data science, machine learning, AI.
Hello, Queen. Can anyone hear Queen?
Can you hear me? Sorry about that.
Yes, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Great. So yeah, so we work with clients like that who are also in the process of going data driven. So that's why I'm very passionate about just education and bringing digital literacy to every levels of organizations. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you, Queen. So you're not only working on the communities, but also you have you work on display, right?
Yes. So I live and breathe data as well.
I see. Cool. Thank you, Queen. Ko, hello. Can you maybe talk again about yourself? What you've been doing in the communities?
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, hello. Hi, everyone. So AI Professional Association, I guess, in a way, is more of bring a start a semblance of professional community and a body for AI practitioners. Definitely, there's a focus on engineers, AI engineers, machine learning engineers, and even though AI machine learning is now the new buzzword, centering all these are all the data engineers that has been doing their jobs over the years already. So we want to provide a home for these practitioners, and we want to contribute to their professional development. We started the professional qualification called Chartered AI Engineers that we can talk a lot more after that. We also want to look at having a systematic way to grow the development of AI engineering field or that. And with an association as the base itself, this become a very important voice, at least in Singapore when we started, where you can engage with the government bodies when it comes to what I spoke about just now. Not just about machine learning training, all that, but we're looking at standards. We're looking at engineering best practices to do projects, all that. And this is also where my day job is. So AI Professional Association is all pro bono. All of us are contributing pro bono. So my day job, I'm with AI Singapore, is a government program office that was established back in 2017. And inside there, of course, because of my job where I look at talent certification and standards, or naturally you see some of the emphasis of AI Professional Association in tandem with AI Singapore. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Shenming. Thank you so much. Dita, how are you, Dita?
Hi, I'm fine.
Same question.
Hello, everyone. Hi, data enthusiasts. I'm Dita Malia, as right now Knowledge Management Deputy who manage data science, AI, and ML project in Data Science Indonesia. And I'm graduated from Mathematics Bandung Institute of Technology. And right now, I believe that with data, we can enhance social welfare. So I contribute to West Java through data during pandemic by being data analytics manager in Jabar Digital Service. Actually, with the opportunity engaging with this data science expert in this panel. Short Data Science Indonesia is the largest community in Indonesia, and right now in a nutshell, it is a platform for social impact innovation with a mission to build a collaborative data technology software ecosystem for social welfare improvement. So we believe that we must champion data-driven technology in the spirit of public-private partnership, as well as to engage with both technical and non-technical data enthusiasts. And right now we are spread in several provinces around Indonesia, such as West Java, Central Java, East Java, Jogja, and South Sulawesi.
Got it. Thank you, Rita. Thank you for your introduction. Okay, so I have a question regarding about the supply, specifically from the communities. Actually, what is the current trend shifting? I mean, like your community has been around for like at least 2 years, right? For AI professionals, it's almost 2 years. DSI is from 2015. She loves data also from 2016, right? So, what is there any trend shifting about data science from the beginning you built your communities, or from the beginning you know about data science until now? What is there any changes from the supply side? I mean, like from talent pool, is there any changes shifting that you want to share? Xingming?
Which one?
Xingming. Xingming can start first, maybe. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Changes. Yeah, I think definitely more of the schools are recognizing that when their students graduate, there might be some gap in what they are teaching as theoretical side to the engineering need of the companies itself. Different schools work differently when it comes to managing that. For example, in Singapore, the polytechnics and the Institute of Technical Education, they themselves already work very closely with the industry. So there's really a tight coupling when it comes to producing students with the necessary needs. Now, what AIP has done when we started off is some of the polys are already looking at even incorporating the professional qualification for the chartered AI engineer. What I didn't share really very detailed from there is there's actually 3 levels. First level is associate AI engineer, and second level is level 1, and third level is level 2. Associate AI engineers are designed for people who are switching their jobs or who self-taught themselves data science, and also for students. These are people with no working experience. So what the schools are interested to look at is to bake the assessment rubrics and the competency framework directly into the curriculum itself. And for the polys, one of the polytechnics, when the student take their final exams, they will also take the professional qualification. So when they do graduate, at least they display the competency. And for that, it is very useful because then when companies hire, companies already know associate level 1, level 2, what do they bring onto the table. So there is greater clarity for the companies when it comes to designing their own internal talent structure. What kind of talent levels are they able to incorporate in? Yeah, back to you.
Okay, thank you, Sheng. So you say that it's different from the beginning. I mean, like currently, schools start graduating talent pool who understand, who more understand on the association level, right?
Correct.
Right. Yeah. All right. I see. Is that what you see also, Quinn, or do you have any other point of view?
Yeah, absolutely. I would concur with that. I think that schools are recognizing that, hey, formal education goes so far, and what will complement that education is, more practical learning on kind of projects and software and soft skills as well, which is, we talk about critical thinking, we talk about problem solving, which is definitely super essential skills for people working with data in general, not just data scientists, right? And on top of that, I think what we see in She Loves Data community as well is that learners who come to us, there's a shift in, better understanding that to be part of the digital revolution and to work with data, you don't have to be a data scientist. Of course, if you have that ambition and interest, that's great for you. But people are recognizing that, hey, I am, let's say, a marketer, right? I don't aim to be a data scientist or analyst, but I want to be a data-driven marketer. I want to know how to work with data to do my job better, to be able to understand KPIs and measure it in a better way. And that's a really great shift because people recognize that data is so pervasive that in every single job role, you need that skill set to be able to work comfortably with data. And that's something that we are very happy to facilitate.
Thank you. Thank you, Queen. So on top of the fresh graduate become become an association level, it also understand the difference of job on the working on the data, right? Different job title on working with data, right? Yeah. I also see some fresh graduates still don't understand the differences. So when we talk about data job, they always talk about data science only. But starting this year, they talk about they know that the difference between data analyst, data science, or data engineer, right? Okay, how about Dita? What do you see in your communities? Is there any shifting?
Yeah. Back when the SI was founded in 2015, we know that data science talents were still rare to find. And right now, with the bootcamp and various training education from industry and the government, now we see that many talents have reborn in Indonesia. I think right now the problem is many talents think that data science is just importing coding and then amplify the technical skills with sophisticated data science method, and then the problem is solved. But in the reality, in fact, data science is a method that processing big data that can solve the problems related to market and industry, right? Where the important point is not only in coding or technical skills, but also in communication, business acumen, and also problem solving skills itself. Nah, I think with community, we are together improving the quality of data science talent in industry by providing portfolio from industry, and we also trying to solve the unbalanced distribution between data talents and between those in the capital and the rural and unorganized data environment actually. So I think it's important for us to synergize our movement between pentahelix institution related to media, government, industries, and also the community itself.
Got it. So, were you saying that even though some fresh graduates understand about the data skills, they just focus on that data skills and on the technical skills, right? Not on the soft skill or problem solving. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Dita. Yeah, that's what happened in the supply demand and the supply side, right? So I want to know more about on the demand side. Is that what you've been seeing, Fiona or Syafri? I mean, like when you see the fresh graduates or you see a talent who wants to join uh, to your organization to go to, is that what you've been see in the talent? Is that whether the supply is really start to changing? I mean, like the talent who comes to you is already understand the difference between data job, or maybe still lack of the soft skill. Is there what's your comment, Fiona?
Sorry, I'm muted. Thanks. Yeah. So actually, I've seen several typical trends, changing trends happening in Tokopedia. About three. So first, we actually encourage internal growth of data scientists. So that's say we actually quite welcome all kinds of all different level of talents joining us, including all the fresh graduates. We do have collaborated with a lot of local university in Jakarta and in Singapore to actually having this collaboration on capstone projects or even internship to actually have to co-train the undergraduate students. So basically, the first trend I'm saying is the talents, data science talents, it becomes like more focused on the young generation, because we realize we need to focus on self-cultivating rather than just rely on the mature markets, right? Because we know there are high demands and the supply of experienced data scientists is very limited. So we need to focus a lot on like self-cultivating. That's the first trend. And the second trend, we are actually towards a era that we not only focus on the algorithm parts. So in the past, everyone when talking about data scientists, they think about some mathematics guy or very geeky guy who are trying to do some fancy things with black box no one can understand. But nowadays we require, regarding the data science talent supply, we actually prefer those who with all-around skill, not only on the mathematical part, statistics part, or algorithm part, but also the other two aspects like business understanding and also engineering skills are equally important, if not more important. So that's second trend. We actually welcome all kinds of background talents to actually co-build this kind of community and also to actually drive the organization towards the data-driven culture. So it's not just like several mathematicians, several like algorithm engineer to focus on, but we hope all people from all background, from all different functions can also join together to build this culture. And the third trend is as a centralized data science team, our past job is actually using all of our capability on AI, on data science skill, on the software skill to actually drive the key business process, to optimize the key business process, optimize the key business metric. But nowadays, we more and more realize our top data science team is not only about this, but also being able to actually evangelizing the data science culture, democratize the data science towards the whole organization. That's to say, as a centralized data science team, we are more towards being able to influence people, the whole organization, no matter you are from business background, from engineer background, from any other functions. We want to gradually to help you onboarding on the data science journey. So as a centralized data science team, we take the responsibility to influence, educate, and also build all kinds of platform and tools to enable and empower everyone in the organization to be able to do some data science work, to do some AI solution for their daily work. A good example is in Tokopedia, even our HR departments are using machine learning to predict within a team who is have the high possibility of resigning, and it's very awesome that actually the prediction is quite accurate. So that's what we want to see. We want to see the AI capability being used in everywhere to democratize the data science. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Fiona. Thank you, Fiona. So you say that the trend right now in the supply and the demand, it's not only about the optimize the key metric, but also democratize all data science in all the whole organization. Cool. Thank you, Fiona. Syafri, do you have other opinions?
Yeah, thanks so much. I think it's very interesting, right? I just want to give some quick comments on some of the points which was raised by Sengmeng, Dita, and also Quinn. I think it's very interesting. I think number one, to really understand that apparently there is already recognition in the university that deploying model is almost as important as the model itself, because again, like we don't have the capability to deploy the models itself, right? The impact will actually not manifest. So I think that's a good thing. I'm so happy about it. Second thing is about the basically the more like a wider spectrum of like data professionals, right? So I think especially with the abundance of data, there's definitely like a lot of opportunities to become data driven, right? In terms of like decisions shouldn't be only influenced by the highest paid person in the room, but really like being able to present it as a data, right? Like no matter where you are. Like I also like the examples from Fiona. Also at Gojek, even like we educate our legal team, even like our marketing team actually to be able to do self-service, like be able to query data by themselves, like in self-service manner. So that's definitely also like a good culture to push, right? And I think on the third thing from what Dita mentions about inclusivity, right? And I think I'm particularly very passionate about this topic, right? Inclusivity in data science, right? Definitely about we need definitely more and more females in the industry, right? And I think it's quite exciting as well, because I think we need more of like Fiona, Geraldine actually. Like I remember when I studied in the Netherlands, right? Like I took a math major as well. And back in the Netherlands, actually, the university needed to come to the high school and really convince people to study math, right? And especially to increase the diversity. But I really think the root cause of this will, well, among others, is that to attract more basically like community groups into STEM education. And I think once we're able to do that, I think we'll be able to kind of like address like the problems partially. That's number one. And second, about inclusivity as well in terms of the dissemination of information, right? So I really think that one of the most important role of the community is really to be able to disseminate high quality information. And if any our problems now is because we're overflowed to information. And I think if you look at for example, I'm from eastern part of Indonesia, right? And you know, not only that, there were, I think, problems with access to information, but access to high quality information is I think, an important one, right? Because we have so many informations out there, and really to have a mechanism to curate those informations, to really point out the talents, like, hey, these are the things that you need to study. These are the things that you probably can kind of come back later. So are really like important, because there are just so many things. The industry really evolves very rapidly in the last couple of years, right? I mean, if I take an example of a big data, what used to kind of Hadoop MapReduce used to be very popular, and then we moved to Spark, now we moved to Apache Beam, for example, in data. And that's also the case for data science, right? I mean, the pure supervised learning used to be probably like, you can hear it everywhere, but now we're moving to causal inference, even, for example, incorporating more state space in the kind of like solving problems, right? And that trend keeps evolving, right? And what I do see, especially coming back again to the point of how shall I see the trend in industry and supply, right? And I think I do see a movement where a lot of the AI solutions will be commoditized, as in will be platformized, as such that without actually undermining the importance of kind of the technicalities, right? But I think what is also important is really the ability to kind of like to ask first principle questions, right? To be able to kind of like number one is really to be intellectually curious about the problem statement that one solves, right? Being able to ask questions is a process of deduction, right? And I think a lot of, especially at GoTo, right, a lot of problems that we dealt with, they're all greenfield problems, as in we can't really tap the problems at Google and then we found the solution. It really requires to kind of stitch together a lot of like a quantitative apparatus to kind of like combine it into one comprehensive solution, right? Which really can matter for our customers. So more often than not, we really need to kind of stitch that. And I think the second thing, a lot of these big meaningful problems are actually solved by combining our collective kind of brain power. So almost there is no problem that I've seen so far which can be solved by one person alone. It's always about, you know, like being able to have a teamwork to be able to problem solve together. And yeah, it's that's I think some of the shift that of trends that I see, especially from the supply side.
Here.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Syafri. So one takeaway that I want to shout out is about the ability to ask questions, right? The ability about a right questioning a right question, right? That's one thing that Syafri say that data science right currently is in many ways. So there are many organizations that do a movement for the solution in platform, like doing data science or the analysis using a platform. But the thing is that we not only talking about can do technical thing, but we also need to understand the problem more in a good way and understand what should we ask to solve our data problem. Okay, thank you so much, Syafri, and thank you so much, all of the speakers. I have some question from the audience. There's one question for the industry. why should there be a data analyst if data scientists can cover analyst duties and data analysts are usually called junior data scientists? Is that really what happened? Data analyst is being called junior data scientist? Maybe Fiona, you have a question? Do you have answer for this question?
Sure. Yeah. So, great question. First of all, yeah. So it's actually a long-term misconception. I think a lot of people have, right? So, what are the difference of a data analyst and data scientist? And when we talk about like different data functions, yeah, and also data engineer, sometimes it sounds like quite some overlap across these three functions, right? So how does data people different from each other, or they actually collaborate? How do they collaborate? Yeah, so based on my experience, so usually those three functions, data engineer, data analytics, and data scientist, they work very closely together, and they each of this function actually take a different responsibility. So among the three, usually data analytics is the one who understands the business better. They are the one very close to the front end business. So a lot of times they will actually talk very frequently to the C-suite to understand the overall company strategy. Yeah, not saying data science no need to do that. Yeah, so but a lot of time we are not the direct layer. So we may be a little bit behind the data analytics. Yeah, so we are more in the action part. Data scientists usually are actually receiving the overall business strategy and then come up and also understanding the business problem, then come up with a solution to solve the business problem. So the deliverables of data analysis usually is the insights, right? To actually help the C-suite make this business decision and to actually design the roadmap for the overall organization. And also by showing the key business metric that help the whole organization understand the business performance more clearly and more accurately. And data science in the other side is usually trying to take actionable steps to solve the problem that data analytics actually find out. Yeah, so we rely a lot on data analysis to tell us, oh, so currently we have 100 problems. Among this, based on our analysis, this top 10 is the most critical. Please help the organization to solve this 10 problem. And then data science, we like work together with all the data engineer, product manager, and engineers to come up with actionable items with the solution to solve the top 10 business problem. Yeah, so that's some like I think that makes difference described very clearly already. Yeah. So maybe Syafri, you want to add on more points?
Yeah, definitely. I think these are interesting questions, right? And I think that for that reason, actually, we have developed like a strategy where basically like we nurture like 4 different specializations when it comes to kind of data professionals. So at Gojek, we actually have we are recognized business intelligence, data science, and also like decision scientists actually. And all of them actually play very different, like very important roles in each stage of the problems actually, right? Maybe very kind of like in a nutshell, like when we think about business intelligence, for example, right? So they're really focused a lot in foundations, and I think data availability, data foundations is very, very crucial. So like 80% of the problems typically can already be solved if we're able to kind of like source the right data, presenting them in the right format, right? And then really, being able to present it in such a descriptive manner, because it allows us really to form a lot of hypotheses of the problem statement that we have, right? The second thing is about decision scientists. So this is like a people who are specialized, especially in statistical modeling, in the absence of incomplete data. Sometimes we need to make a very kind of like big decisions, but less frequent, right? And this is where decision scientists actually play a role using statistical techniques, using the knowledge of causal inference, for example. So they're focusing a lot in kind of untangle the causal relationship between like several variables, which allow the companies really to kind of like make big decisions, right? And once the definition is clear, once the problem statement is well defined, and then it comes to our data scientists to kind of build the algorithmic solutions, right? So if a decision scientist look at things from statistical perspective, or data scientists actually look at things from algorithmic perspective, right? As such, I always say that our data scientists, they're focusing a lot on less frequent micro decisions, actually, because I think once we have a well-defined problems, you know, and then they can actually run. But when the problem itself is not really well defined, it's actually maybe not very wise to kind of like deploy data scientists, because again, they're actually focusing a lot in building a scalable machine learning, you know, like a pipeline, right? So a lot of skill sets are actually, especially more from, you know, software engineering best practices in kind of like build this algorithmic solutions, and that's how we kind of like combine everything, right? So all in all, you know, my kind of the takeaway from it is that all of these roles are very important. They're complementary to each other. You know, they're just kind of like a part of like a different phases of problems, right? But they're all very important for us. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Syafri, Fiona, for the answer. So yeah, it's definitely different from Fiona, Syafri. That's their answer. So there is a difference between the scientists and analytics. Fiona told us that the analytics focus on the like a business performance, and then sometimes most of the time analytics can find a problem, and then scientists comes in to get the actionable items from there. And also in data scientists, Syafri told us that data scientists try to solving a problem using the algorithmic perspective. Thank you for the answer. So the next question. Well, I think this is the last question that I can ask. Yeah, I can read. This question. I think almost most of the industry asking about this, and this is about deployment in the production. Why a lot of model results from data science work do not be implemented in production? Is there any consideration to not deploy the model into production, or is there any other reason that you can share? Maybe Fiona, maybe you can share what happened in GoTo in terms of productionize. Is there many models is not being implemented, or what happened in the GoTo actually? And you can, yeah, maybe you can share with us.
Okay, yeah, sure. So I think the question is, so why a lot of data science projects after several months of effort in the end didn't actually deploy to the production environment? Yeah, I think this is a problem we all know from long ago exists, but I believe nowadays this problem has been solved through a lot of advanced technology, and also the actually platform first culture already. So maybe let me explain in the past why this becomes difficult. I think in the past, like I mentioned before, in the past, the trend is like a group of data scientists actually work in silo, and they try to receive the request from product manager and dig into the problem very deeply, and then, oh, this is my solution. Yeah, then data scientists think, oh, this is the end of my job. Yeah, so this doesn't work, because while data scientists working in silo, they didn't actually take into consideration of the system environments, of the reliability of the service, and also didn't think about even like special business requests. But nowadays, we didn't do that. Nowadays, all data scientists in big organizations actually play this role as a working group. We work very closely with the coordination from product manager. We work very closely with business team, with data analyst, data engineer, as well as the infra engineer. So at the very beginning, we will keep in mind that the service we are going to deploy to the system, to the real-time system, and solving certain real-world problem. So while we are actually designing the algorithm, training the model, we will always keep this in mind and make sure the solution in the end we delivered is something that can seamlessly integrate to the overall production environment. And not saying nowadays we spend a lot of time and efforts on building the AI platform. So this actually has been discussed in yesterday's panel discussion, the platform panel. Yeah, so all of the GoTo entity actually have their own platform team and trying to build up the tools and platform to standardize the development cycle and process, so that the model training as well as system development actually will happen at the same time, and there's no discrepancy between the training phase and the deployment phase. So this will be actually a whole complete development cycle and development pipeline, like provided to every data scientist, every engineer. So everyone can work seamlessly into the same pipeline. Yeah, so then overall, in summary, my answer is in the past, this is a true problem, but nowadays we face less and less this kind of problem, and believe in the future, given a future platform environments, we won't worry about this kind of issue anymore. Yeah, over back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Fiona. How about Syafri? What's your opinion about this? I mean, like, and also maybe you can add how GoTo works together about this deployment. How you guys do the deployment together.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I think this is an interesting question. I think I can answer it in 10 different ways if I look at, especially when you look at the upstream nodes to kind of like a downstream node, right, where things actually fail. Because again, like having an end-to-end deployment of machine learning systems, is a very tricky stuff. Maybe like we can start with like the definition of the problem statement. So I think one needs to be very careful that we are like defining the problems actually in the correct ways, right? That we're addressing the right objective. I think that's kind of like the first node of failure, I would say. I think the second node of failure can be definitely because of the data. All right, volatility in the data can also play a very big role in this, right? And when it comes to the deployment itself, like modeling, and then the modeling itself probably is 10% of the whole equation, right? We have a lot of SLA, for example, the API contract mismatch, right? The kind of load balancing maybe broken in somewhere, and unable to match because maybe we kind of train our models with 1 million parameters, while the app can only handle so much in terms of packaging the model. So I think there are so many places where that can fail, where we can't really deploy the models, right? So I think for that reasons, being able to kind of understand also the whole ML cycle is very important to kind of strategizing. And I think I agree with Fiona, platformizing things, right? Being able to use standardized practices is already a step ahead in order to reduce the chance of failures, I would say, because there are so many reusable components, right? And I think one definitely a strategy from GoTo itself is really to come back again to the philosophy of composable architecture, as in, we need to be able to kind of build components, kind of like a Lego blocks, right? Where we are able to kind of slice and dice things, put them things together. Yesterday, there was a very interesting about experimentation platform, where there are basically 3, 4, 5 different capabilities when we kind of say about experimentation platform. And I think the challenge is how we can extract those various different components and be able to kind of tie them together, right? So the platformization is definitely one strategy. Second thing is really being able to understand the problem statement, talk to the kind of end users of the models, right, to see whether these really address their the problems. And number 3 is just using common sense. I think instead of like approaching it more from mechanical perspective. I mean, not everything not all problems we can do deep learning on the top of it. Sometimes a very simple techniques will be sufficient, right? Sometimes, for example, this is a good example actually. Like I do see sometimes when we predict, we use some time series and we predict some budgeting or predicting time series using job data points as well. But maybe instead we should acknowledge that we can't just model macroeconomic factors, right? And we need to approach things from simulation perspective, give to the stakeholders like 3 different scenarios, right? Mild, medium, or like conservative scenarios, basically, instead of like try to present the kind of like the time series predictions, because it's an expected values of the body of distribution, right? So for risk management perspective or for taking a very conservative decision making might not be very suitable, right? So again, like using common sense would be my tips.
Thank you, Syafri, for the answer, Fiona. Thank you so much. So, one thing about deployment currently, there are so many platform that can help you to do the deployment, but the deployment is not always a problem. But sometimes it's about the problem statement, and also in doing the deployment, sometimes the deployment is being hard because the method maybe it's complicated. So why don't you try a simple method first before we go to the complex method, like using common sense, like Syafri mentioned before. Okay, cool. Thank you so much, Fiona, Syafri, and also thank you so much, Shengmeng, Queen, and Dita, for sharing with us about supply, about talent pool right now, and also Syafri, Fiona, thank you so much for your insight, how the deployment happened, how what the demand needs right now for data scientists. Yeah, thank you so much. And yeah, I think that's all. That's our talk for today. I know there are a lot of questions in our Slido, but I'm really sorry I cannot deliver all of it. And again, thank you so much for the audience. My name is Salam Shah. I'll go back to Geraldine. Thank you. Good evening, all. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
And a big thank you once again to all the panelists, Fiona, Syafri, Dita, Shengmeng, and Kin, for the lively discussion on how we can take data science to new heights with the various data communities and within the industries. Often there are questions from students and professionals who aspire to enter the field of data, and hopefully the panelists' responses have provided some clarity about the work that we do and the differences between the various jobs within data. We'll now adjourn for a short break before embarking on the next section. Our data scientists from the GoTo group have interesting projects to share, so be sure to return at 3:35 p.m. for the presentations.
Semua berawal dari mimpi anak-anak bangsa yang ingin menggali potensi terpendam mereka di Indonesia sebagai negara kepulauan terbesar di dunia. Namun, banyak yang terhalang oleh jarak dan teknologi, walau semua punya kesempatan yang sama. Demi mencapai mimpi, kami perlu merobohkan tembok penghalang. Bagi kami, teknologi bisa menjadi solusi yang menjembatani semua orang. Maka dari itu, Tokopedia hadir sebagai sebuah perusahaan teknologi Indonesia dengan misi untuk mewujudkan pemerataan ekonomi secara digital di Indonesia. Kami membangun sebuah ekosistem di mana semua orang bisa memulai dan menemukan apapun. Perjalanan kami dimulai dengan marketplace yang dapat menghubungkan penjual dan pembeli di seluruh Nusantara serta menyediakan fitur-fitur agar mereka bisa mendapatkan lebih dari yang mereka butuhkan. Dengan dukungan dari mitra logistik, kini kami telah menjangkau 98% kecamatan di Indonesia. Penjual juga dapat memanfaatkan fitur toko cabang, gudang pintar untuk menyimpan stok barang di seluruh Indonesia. Kami juga menghadirkan lebih dari 40 produk digital untuk memudahkan pembayaran kebutuhan sehari-hari. Tokopedia percaya bahwa inklusi keuangan bisa dipercepat dengan memanfaatkan teknologi. Melalui Tokopedia Keuangan, kami menghadirkan pilihan produk-produk finansial terpercaya untuk berinvestasi, serta kemudahan mengakses permodalan untuk mengembangkan bisnis. Untuk mempercepat adopsi digital di Indonesia, kami menjangkau para pedagang tradisional lewat mitra Tokopedia dengan beragam fitur yang mempermudah dan memberi lebih banyak kesempatan untuk memajukan usaha mereka. Demi membangun ekosistem yang menyeluruh, Tokopedia Salam hadir untuk menyediakan produk dan fitur sesuai kebutuhan pasar syariah di Indonesia. Konsisten dalam membangun jembatan lewat teknologi, Tokopedia mengajak para pelaku usaha yang selama ini hanya dikenal lewat offline untuk ikut melebarkan sayap secara online. Vendor pernikahan adalah salah satunya. Kini merencanakan pernikahan impian dapat dilakukan melalui Tokopedia Wedding, lengkap dengan beragam aktivitas keluarga bersama Tokopedia Parents. Permudah aktivitas harian dengan Tokopedia Print dan Tokopedia Clean. Semua hanya dalam genggaman tangan. Demi mendukung misi kami, Tokopedia Academy hadir untuk mendukung perkembangan teknologi dan talenta digital di Indonesia. Melalui Tokopedia Care, kami selalu berusaha menjadi sahabat terbaik Toppers, memberikan pelayanan terbaik kepada lebih dari 100 juta pengguna aktif setiap bulannya melalui layanan digital customer service. Perjalanan kami tidak berhenti sampai di sini. Kami akan terus mewujudkan mimpi menjadi nyata, berkontribusi untuk membangun Indonesia lewat teknologi, sehingga dapat terus membantu berbagai aspek kehidupan masyarakat untuk selalu menemukan apa yang mereka butuhkan dan selalu bisa melakukan transaksi dengan mudah.
Ini ceritaku dan juga ceritamu. Ini kenapa bebek pernah jadi musuh kita. Ini cerita bapakku dan juga ceritamu. Kandas bebek di ternak, tapi untung waktu digoreng. Ini cerita kami, juga ceritamu. Cerita gagal, berjuang bertahun-tahun, lalu bangkit.
Kasus COVID-19 semakin meroket di Indonesia, berdampak negatif untuk perekonomian lokal. Pedagang-pedagang kecil mulai terancam. Banyak bisnis mulai.
Tapi jatuh lagi di adang keadaan. Jalan cerita yang kita lalui bersama. Memang ini semua nggak gampang, tapi nggak ada kata nyerah, karena kita belum kalah. Temukan lagi semangat untuk cari peluang. Temukan kekuatan untuk bertahan. Tanpa harus memilih antara kantong atau kesehatan. Sekarang, jadikan ini cerita kita untuk bangkit.
Ini ceritaku, bangkitkan semangat.
Ini ceritaku, bangkitin kesempatan untuk bantu mereka yang mulai duluan. Berusaha demi pulangnya kita semua ke masa-masa nyaman.
Satukan semangat, ambil bagian kita masing-masing. Dukung usaha lokal untuk Indonesia bangkit bersama.
Jangan sepelekan kekuatan sebuah jempol. Jempol bisa membuat hidup seseorang berubah dan hilang arah. Jempol mampu membawa terang untuk memulai perang. Jempol juga bisa jadi penanda kalau kamu nggak pandang bulu. Dia menjadi bagian dari resep makanan di pinggiran jalan. Dia bisa menjadi alasan sebuah pertemuan yang disebut jodoh. Atau bukan. Saat peran ibu jari berubah jadi bapak jari, bikin makin sedih.
Thank you everyone for returning from the break in time for this next section. We have lined up for you an exciting series of presentations from the data science teams at Gojek, GoTo Financial, and Tokopedia. They cover topics ranging from dynamic ad pricing to food discovery, personalization, and content moderation. Each presentation will be followed by a Q&A session. If you have any questions, please submit your questions via Slido, and our presenters will answer the questions during their Q&A session. Please note that we will only be fielding to the speakers questions related to their presentations. After the conference, the organizing team will share answers to some of the other questions in an email to all registered participants. Without further ado, let us begin our presentations. First up, we have Priyanshu Jain from Gojek. Priyanshu is a seasoned data science professional with more than 7 years of industry experience in the finance, entertainment, telecommunications, and advertising domains. He is currently a senior data scientist with the ads and promo platform team in Gojek. Priyanshu completed both his bachelor and master's in technology in electrical engineering from the Indian Institute of Technology in Delhi in 2014. Priyanshu will speak about dynamic pricing of ad inventories. Over to you, Priyanshu.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Today, I'll be giving an overview of how we can apply dynamic pricing to ad inventories. Brief introduction. My name is Priyanshu Jain. I am a senior data scientist with Gojek. Overall, I have around 7 years of experience in analytics and ML space. To start with background around advertising ad platforms which offer consumer services. So these platforms could be the one which offer the food ordering service, or e-commerce platforms, or ride-hailing platforms. So on such platforms, merchants can opt to show their ads. So for example, a restaurant may want to show its ad on a food ordering platform. Now, these ads can be placed at different places within the platform, and each place we call it as an ad inventory. And these ads are offered to merchants either on a cost per click basis or on a cost per impression basis. One term that we'll keep on using during this presentation is the booking revenue. So let me define that. So it's the total amount that we book by offering the ads to the merchants. Mathematically, it's a combination of two factors. So the first one is the cost at which the clicks are being offered. And the second one is the total number of clicks that were booked when we offered this price. So now that we have some context set up, now let's look at the problem. So the problem is around pricing of the ads. So mostly these platforms follow a static ad pricing mechanism. This means that inventories of different days will be offered at the same price to all the merchants. For example, inventory of 1st of December, that is ads that will be displayed on 1st of December, will be offered at the same price as ads for any other day. For example, 31st of December. Now, why is this a problem? This is a problem because there are certain factors which we are not considering. So factor number one is around merchants. That is, we're not considering the merchants' feedback in this form of pricing. So basically, it is possible that different merchants may have different reaction to the prices, and hence the most optimal price for each merchant can be different. The second one is around the supply of inventory. So it is possible that there could be some days on our platform where we may be expecting higher than usual traffic. And on those days, we will be able to consume more clicks as compared to other days where the traffic will be as per usual. Now, the static ad pricing basically is not able to match the demand from the merchant side with the supply at the platform. Now, moving to the solution. So the solution is to dynamically price the ads, which can improve the overall economic efficiency. So the first factor that goes into dynamic pricing is the forecasted inventory supply. That is the number of clicks that we have forecasted that for the days for which we want to sell the ads. The second factor is around merchants' price sensitivity. That is how sensitive the merchants are to the different price points that will be offered to them. Combining these two factors can result in a solution where the ad pricing can be made dynamic such that it's economically efficient to both the parties, that is the merchants and the platform. Now coming back to the two factors. So forecasted inventory supply is a relatively simpler problem. And for the purpose of this presentation, we'll assume that we already have it. However, merchants' price sensitivity is something that we want to learn, and the focus of this presentation will be mostly around this part, that is how do we learn the merchants' price sensitivity across different price points. Now, first of all, let us understand what could be the challenges in learning the price sensitivity. So the first one and the most important one is sparse data. So as discussed earlier, in the static pricing system, we offer very few different price points to the merchants. So we do not actually have enough data to learn these price sensitivity for merchants for different price points. So one way to tackle this would be to follow supervised approach and offer multiple price points to the merchants multiple times. So this will give us data on which we can learn this sensitivity. However, this can lead to longer training periods and which would result in revenue loss both for merchants as well as for the platform. So for merchants, given that the pricing is not optimal for them, so they may not be able to make the best use from the platform. And for the platform, they may not be able to consume their supply because not most of the merchants will buy ads. So even if we were to follow the supervised method where we offer different prices, we may run into another problem, which is the ever-changing relationship. So today, whatever the price that is optimal for the merchants, tomorrow it may not be the same. Hence, we want to use a framework which can help us in learning the merchant's price sensitivity. At the same time, we can handle the long training period and revenue loss challenges, and we can ever learn the changing patterns. That is, if the relationship changes tomorrow, we should be able to learn it sooner rather than later. So instead of framing this as a supervised learning problem, we now frame it as a reinforcement learning problem. In a reinforcement learning problem, we have an agent. This is the RL agent or the reinforcement learning agent. And it interacts with the environment in form of performing some actions. So in this case, the environment will be the ad merchants and the actions will be the different price points at which the ads will be offered to them. So the action is, so one action from an agent is one price suggestion to the ad merchants at which they can buy the ads. Now, upon doing this action, the agent will receive a reward in form of the booking revenue. So the agent keeps on doing this, that is performing action, receiving rewards, and keep on improving its understanding of the environment. And this is the framework that we'll follow, that will continuously learn the relationship between the price and the demand. Now, the next question to ask is that what should be our action space? That is, can we offer any price within the acceptable price range, or can we cut down on that? And that's where we use the multi-armed banded approach. So here, what we do is that we divide our price range into some X interval. So for example, here, if our price range is from 400 to 900, we'll use these 6 points to represent this price range. And only these prices will be offered to the merchants. So this is basically a multi-armed banded problem. Now, one thing that we haven't discussed so far is the context. That is, when we are offering a particular price for a particular day's inventory, there is a lot of context involved in this. The first and the most important context is the merchants. So as discussed earlier, different merchants may have different behavior or affinity towards the same price point. Now, we would want to handle this context, and in order to do that, we divide the merchants into different clusters based on their properties. So this could be around the size of the merchants, or the average order value that they have, or the number of orders that they receive. I mean, basically considering all the features, we divide them into clusters. For each cluster, we assume that all the merchants residing within this cluster have the same price sensitivity. That is, all of them will respond with the same reaction when given the same price. And hence, we handle this merchant context via clustering. The next context that we have is the day of the inventory. So it is possible that merchants may have more affinity towards different days of inventory. So for example, some merchants may prefer to show up their ads on weekends as compared to weekday, or on a holiday as compared to a non-holiday day. For the purpose of this exercise, we won't be taking into account this context and we'll be ignoring it. So now we have made our problem context free by dividing the merchant into cluster, and we'll be learning the price sensitivity for each cluster separately. Now, next we'll see how we actually offer these price points one after another, and how do we decide which price point to offer, and how do we learn the behavior. So now let's see how dynamic pricing works in action. So we start with the expected probability distribution over the demand for each price point. So for example, if we look at this blue curve, which is P4, which is for P4 or price 4. So this curve is telling me the probability of getting a particular demand when this particular price is offered. And these curves, when we start, are based on our initial assumptions about our understanding of the environment. Next, we sample a particular demand from each of these curves. So for example, for P1 here, which has this red curve, we'll sample a demand and it will be this dot. We'll do this sampling for all the possible price points, and we'll connect these dots. Now we have a price sensitivity curve. Thing to note here is that this is not the most optimal price sensitivity curve. Rather, this is the best that we could come up with the knowledge that we have gathered so far. Next, we'll use this price sensitivity curve to sample the most optimal price for that instant or for that time instant. How do we do that? So what we do is we apply the forecasted inventory supply constraint on this curve. That is, the price points for which the expected demand is more than the supply, we'll simply cap the demand to the forecasted supply. Next, for each of these price points, we'll calculate the expected revenue by multiplying the price with the demand. Finally, we'll select the price which is giving us the max booking revenue. Let's say in this case, it is P2. So now we'll offer P2 to the merchants, and we'll get some actual demand. So this is the action that we performed, and this is the reward that we got. Now we'll use this reward to update the understanding, to update our understanding of this environment. And in this case, given that we had offered P2, we'll update the curve corresponding to P2. And then we'll repeat this process. So this process is repeated multiple times. And this helps us in getting a better and better understanding of the environment, that is the merchant's reaction to different price points. Now let's say that we have performed some n iterations. So what happens to these curves now? Now these curves will get narrower. Now how does this impact the overall solution? So initially, when the curves are broad, we may be sampling the demands from a very large range. So initially, the demand curves that we get can be very different for the initial few iterations. Given that the demand curves are different, we may be sampling very different prices. We may be offering very different prices, and this will help us in getting a better understanding of different prices. So initially, we are exploring a lot. That is, we are gathering the merchant's feedback for the different price points. Later on, when we have enough understanding of the merchant's feedback, then these curves will become narrower, and then the demand that we sample from each of these price points will more or less be the same, and hence this elasticity or this price sensitivity curve will remain the same. So now we will actually be using or exploiting the knowledge that we have gathered so far. So overall, what we have done is that we have offered the prices multiple times or explored the environment. We have gathered the merchant's feedback, and then after some iterations, we are able to present or offer a price to merchants which is fair to them and also help us in meeting our inventory supply. So this is the overall solution that we propose to be used to apply dynamic pricing for ad inventories. Finally, I would also like to present the results for this framework when we applied it to one of our inventory. So here we show the uplift in booking revenue that we got when we applied dynamic pricing as compared to the status quo, which was manual pricing. The experiment was conducted over several weeks, and each week we basically got a very significant uplift. So the results were very encouraging, and this is currently in production for us. Thank you for listening. Please let me know if there are any questions.
Thank you, Priyanshu, for sharing on the action reward reinforcement learning framework to learn merchant price sensitivity in the dynamic pricing of ad inventories. For sure, the dynamic pricing has definitely shown more uplift compared to the original model. Now let us turn to the questions within Slido. Due to time constraint, we are only able to field one question. The question is, how do you prevent dynamic pricing system from offering very extreme prices to the merchants?
Yeah, that is actually a very interesting question. And in fact, this is the first question that the business team asked us. So the idea is that, first of all, we cluster the merchants into different groups. And for each of this group, we define a price range which may make sense to that group. So these price ranges can be very different across different groups. However, for that particular group, that price range will make sure that we do not offer very extreme prices to the merchants. Yep.
Thank you very much for that sharing. We will now turn to our second presenter, Nitin Hadaniya from Gojek. Nitin is currently a principal data scientist at Gojek, primarily working with the search and discovery teams. He has over 11 years of experience working as a data scientist across multiple domains. Nitin has worked in the domain of food tech for the last 5 years, solving food discovery problems. He did his master's in computational linguistics from the Indian Institute of Technology, Hyderabad. Nitin will speak about food discovery at Gojek. Let's welcome Nitin. Over to you, please.
Thanks, Geraldine. Thanks for this intro. Today we'll talk about food discovery problem at Gojek. So let me start with zooming out this entire problem and thinking about the problem setting, right? So we have this entire ecosystem where GoFood is the center of this three-way marketplace, where you have customer at one end, you have merchants at another end, and you have delivery partners at another end, right? Now the idea is like this entire ecosystem works only with these three pillars. And anytime when you are, and one of the message that I want to convey to the audience, that what is so different about some of the problems that we are talking about or addressing here, right? The center is this three-way marketplace where anytime when you are thinking about problem, let's say for example customers, you are looking at recommendation, search, discount, fulfillment. And on the merchant side, you have problems like merchant growth, ads. You're thinking about promos, as even Prabanshu was talking about pricing related aspect. And the last one is, let's say, the third pillar is on the driver side, where we need to think about, let's say, the driver growth, how they are, helping the fulfillment and other, matchmaking related aspect. And this entire ecosystem only work, when these three collaborate seamlessly. And every time when you're thinking about a ML problem, it's kind of interrelated, and you need to think about the other pillars also in mind. So we'll talk about for mostly on the food discovery side, but this is one of the key aspects that differentiate some of these problems from the standard retail problem or things like that. Now, at GoFood, especially on the discovery side, our mission is to show most relevant and personalized food search experience and recommendation to the user. And that's the expectation that user is looking for a seamless or effortless experience with some serendipitous discovery. Now, think about a scenario when you land on the home page of GoFood, right? The expectation will be to
Apologies, Nitin. We are actually not seeing your screen. Could you please enable screen share so that we can see your slides?
Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can see your screen now.
Sure. Okay, I'll start with this. So one of the key aspect or the mission we have is on the GoFood side is to show the most relevant and personalized experience for the user. And this has been the key problem on the discovery side. Now, think about a scenario where on the GoFood side, when you are landing on the app, you don't want to spend a lot of time, figuring it out, what multiple menus, looking at multiple restaurants to figure out what's the right food or what's the right kind of dishes that you're looking for at that instance. So providing that relevant experience is a key challenge. And then that is one of the key goals for the food discovery team. Now, if I think about these problems, both information retrieval as well as information filtering, we feel that these are two similar problems, or these are just two sides of the same coin, where pull paradigm is more about something problems are like search, where you can retrieve the results and show them relevant result to the user. At the same time, push is more about showing the better browse experience, showing something which is more serendipitous and relevant to the user. Now at GoFood, the most predominant experience that people use for navigation is search, and hence a lot of problem has been looked upon on the search side. Let's focus on few problems both on the search and recommendation side. Now on the search side, one of the aspects that we looked upon for the last few years was understanding food or understanding the search query. A user exhibit the query on the search side with some form of tokens, right? Now, one of the key aspects, though it's a constrained environment in terms of food, where you can argue that most of the queries will be related to food, but even within food, these queries can differ dramatically, right? The same keyword like pizza can mean Pizza Hut for one person, while let's say certain pizza places or the restaurant which are known for certain pizza dishes or pizza as a dish itself. Now, understanding this intent and surfacing different experience is a really big problem or important problem. Now, in this work, what we have done is use, let's say, these tokens, search tokens, historic search tokens from our search logs, learn some level of representation using traditional word embedding methods like word-vec, word tokenizer, and even in the recent past, recent trials, we were trying out BERT as one of the candidates. And the idea is, like, if you can combine these embeddings with some dense features, especially on the personalization aspect, you can predict what's the intent for the user. Now, given the user intent, you can surface a better experience in terms of, let's say, if you are looking at an intent of restaurant, then instead of showing you dishes, I will show you a list of restaurant. While at the same time, if the intent was to find out the right dishes, we will give you more suggestion in terms of dish. The other big challenge or big problem that we keep on looking at is this personalization aspect of the ranking. Now, given a query, we have these two major experience on the search where we show you relevant restaurant on the search, like on the left. And we also have a dish search where, given a query, if somebody is looking for a given result, we also show you not just the restaurant, but we also show you the relevant, dish. Now, how we learn from this and how we can, use ML to optimize this experience. Now, given a context, let's take an example of a session where, you are really hungry and you're looking for something which is faster and, you can get something faster at that moment. You will search for martabak and you find out the restaurant which is closest, and then you select that and order that. Now, all these implicit feedbacks can be used to learn a better experience. Similarly, in another touch point, maybe you are in a discovery mode and you are looking for something which is a delight or a well-rated restaurant. That would be another instance. Now, given this kind of data, if you use a traditional learning to rank model, where given a query and factors like rating, cuisines, preferences, as well as ETAs and some of the other factors, you can build a machine learning model that will give us a very good prediction that what's the propensity that you will like a certain restaurant. Now, this is being used as a ranking system, and we use these propensity to finally rank these results. This is a summarized, slide on the journey, what we have done on the query and in general on search side. We started with a very basic keyword-based search. We quickly understood that we need to optimize on different matches and understanding about the keywords. We did a lot of work on query understanding, as I told about intent classification, query expansion, some of the autocorrect as well as the translation. At the same time, we gradually started working on understanding these correlations between ingredients and cuisines and different entities in the work. And eventually, we did a lot of work on relevance tuning. So a lot of this is actually iterative, and we are in the process of learning some of these things. But eventually, we want to be in a state where we have deeper understanding about food, build some level of knowledge drop, and go towards more self-learning rather than every time we need to train these models. Now, quickly switch the gear and then talk about a few other recommendation problems, right? So when you land on the homepage, you are surfaced with like a lot of these collections which are tied up to some specific need, like maybe a strictly safety measure is one of the aspects. Some people care about cuisine, so there are a lot of cuisine aspects that has been used in surfacing some of these shuffles. One of the key aspects that we were looking from recommendation side was, can we make sure that some of these are purely personalized or customized for a given customer need? So every customer will see a very unique go home page, right? So our work on this is fairly inspired from the work that YouTube did on using deep neural network for recommendation system, where the idea was to understand some representation from the customer side and the restaurant side and take this representation and use a deep neural network to predict the propensity that, whether this customer will order from a given restaurant or not. Using this kind of recommendation to democratize most of these shuffles was a key learning that we had. And currently, when you see on the app, most of these collections horizontally being ranked based on this ML model. And this has shown a great business value, both in terms of CTRs as well as booking conversion. The other dimension on the recommendation side is this concept of content-based algorithms. And we have this family of application where, once you have learned the representation at a restaurant level, using traditional, representation learning, there is a way that you can figure out which two restaurants are very similar. Now, this has been used in multiple touch points on the app. One of the key, uses we have done is in terms of retrieval on the search, where you do, instead of just doing a text match based retrieval, you do slightly more semantic retrieval. For example, in this case, if you're searching for coffee, the Starbucks will get retrieved based on these representation. Another touch point, which is slightly more contextual, is when people are searching for certain keywords and they interact with certain restaurant, the idea is to show something very similar. This gives it's a notion of real-time recommendation. It's been very popular and recently rolled out to most of the users. The last one is slightly more nuanced, and in general, it's a good trade-off between assortment versus ranking. For example, if you're searching for a very your favorite restaurant, and some way it's far away, or there is a possibility that the fulfillment on these restaurant will not be good, it's not a good idea to maybe surface that restaurant. Instead, there is a good way that you can show that with a messaging that there is a possibility that the fulfillment around these restaurant will not be good, and give alternatives in terms of similarity. Now, these are some of the key recommendation problem, but one of the key question is like, why is this so different and why it's so challenging? Now, obviously, hyperlocal is one of the key area where some of these problems differ. We need, like, general recommendation are not constrained by searchability or availability. While in case of food, you need to think about not just the location or the distance aspect of things, but also you need to build model at a hyper level. So decision to build model at a hyper local level versus at a larger level is a big challenge and big decision point. Another dimension around these is, should be, and the example that I just gave around, showing you something more relevant versus something which will be fulfilled or not. So we should have promised, like in terms of fulfillment, but if we show you something very relevant, but the overall experience is poor, eventually it will lead to a poorer experience in the long term. So this is a common aspect that we consider between relevance versus fulfillment. The third one is around diversity, where making more diverse result, both in terms of search and recommendation, is a common area of active research. Multilinguality is something which is, I think, a very unique set of problems that we have. You have things like Bhasha, which is where they are the resource for NLP and some of the other natural language processing process is limited, and that is one of the key reasons why researchers are looking into this aspect, both in terms of understanding the query NLP as well as key phrase extraction. We always have this explore versus exploit dilemma in terms of showing you most relevant result versus maybe a serendipitous result, which might not be very well explainable. And at the end, you have some of these UX aspect where we tried multiple aspect or iteration around the UX, showing you different level of user designs in terms of both search and recommendation. Should we show you a vertical shuffle, or show you the horizontal shuffles in multiple cases? So this is also been an active area of research for product and design teams. This has been one of the key messages in terms of challenging. I can take a few more questions if you have.
Thank you, Nitin, for sharing on personalized ranking and the various recommendations related to food discovery at Gojek in order to create a better user experience. And now, let us go over to the questions that our audience has for Nitin. The first question, how do you balance between relevance versus business objectives in these settings?
Yeah, that's something very unique to some of these marketplace kind of companies, where most of the marketplaces are generally two-way, and here it's a three-way marketplace. Now, I would say research around these have been very less in the last 5 years, but I have seen momentums around people trying out initially from weighted methods, like combining two objectives in some form of a weighted scalarized manner versus training maybe multiple models in terms of multitask learning and some of these things. So one of the areas which I will recommend highly for people who are interested in this area is the work from Deepak Agrawal, as well as from Rishabh Malhotra, who has been actively working on some of these problems. And we have tried few initial methods in terms of scalarization, and we'll share more results around these.
Thank you, Nitin. Perhaps you can share some of the links to the work that you mentioned. Second question, how can you measure diversity of recommendations?
Sure. So diversity is generally the opposite of similarity, right? So obviously you can't define just one metric, because I think some of these are quite subjective. But one of the way to measure this is, if you can figure out these two restaurants are not very similar, by the nature of that, they are mostly dissimilar, or they are more diverse. So one of the easiest or intuitive way to think about this could be showing you maybe in the top X number of restaurants that we show on search or restaurant, how many of them pair-wise are very different, right? So you can always calculate some level of cuisine diversity in some way. I can share some of the links for the initial intuition.
That would be helpful. The third question, how are you balancing exploitation and exploration of recommendations?
Sure. So that's, I think I would say, still a dilemma. I think ideal way for that should be some form of, as Priyanshu talked about multi-arm bandit and RL in some of those domains. So that's maybe the ideal way of going towards it. Currently, I think the only way we are surfacing some of these things by balancing, some of these collections. So you show few collections which are, highly targeted towards exploit, like, your pre-orders or your reorders from the restaurant. While we also give you some of these exploratory, examples where, if you have ordered multiple times from a similar restaurant, we will give you more explore on that. So we'll show you similar restaurant to that. So that kind of gives you an explore notion. But I think one of the thing that we are doing this mostly through some form of a rule-based or heuristic-based approaches. But ideally, it should be done through some form of a banded approach or using, let's say, RL. So we are exploring some of these ideas, and feel free to reach out around those exciting areas.
We look forward to hearing more about your research in future. The next question, what does good look like in search and ranking problem? What is the key metric that you are evaluating?
So I would say, obviously search to booking conversion is obviously one of the simplest way to look at it. But sometimes efficiency or quality when it comes to retrieval or recall is not something well calculated, because defining relevance in some of these hyperlocal scenarios is hard. So we are taking a proxy of some form of search to order time as one of the proxy for a quality. So if, let's say, if your intent is very highly intended, like you are just looking to order from search, then just calculating how much time you took to finish this transition is another aspect. While traditional methods like NDCG and MRR is being used as a separate proxy for a quality for search. I hope this answers. Otherwise, I will take some of these things offline as well.
And the next question, how do you deal with food items that have little user interaction?
Yeah, that's a traditional cold start problem. So on the recommendation side, there are obviously a few ways where you can surface certain collections which are targeted to these restaurants. So you have a shuffle on the homepage saying these are the new and explore worthy restaurant. That is one. While in some of these cases, especially on the model side, one of the key aspect that you can use is this concept of similarity. If you can figure out, or even in some cases the abstraction, right? So not building a model at item level is one of the way to go about it. So instead of learning the interaction at a restaurant level or at item level, sometimes we do try to learn interaction at a cuisine level or at a higher tag level, like maybe healthy or non-healthy and things like that. That has given us better, I would say, sparsity in terms of some of these models. But still, I think cold start is an active area of discussions or research.
Thank you very much, Nitin, for your presentation once again on food discovery at Gojek. We will now go to our third presentation, presented by Gaurav Khatna and Dian Ayunitias from Tokopedia. Gaurav is a senior lead data scientist at Tokopedia, building data science solutions for personalization, marketing, and customer service. He has over 9 years of experience in machine learning and data science. Gaurav has developed and implemented large-scale recommendation engines and information retrieval systems that maximize user engagement and boost revenue. Gaurav earned his master's degree in analytics from the Indian Institute of Science. Dian is a data scientist in the recommendation and personalization team at Tokopedia. She is passionate about creating the best experience for our customers when browsing in Tokopedia using machine learning. Dian earned her bachelor's degree in statistics from IPB University and is currently pursuing a master's in data science from Monash University. The topic for their presentation is personalizing customers' browsing experience. May I request for Dian to put up your slides on the stage so I can hand it over to you?
Sure.
Thank you, Dian. We are good to go. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Geraldine. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we are able to hear you, Gaurav.
Great. Thank you very much, Geraldine. Good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to be sharing some of our work here today among such accomplished data scientists, as well as an amazing audience like yourself. As Geraldine introduced me, my name is Gaurav. I lead data science efforts for recommendation and personalization at Tokopedia. Along with me, we have Dian, who has co-developed the solution that we're going to talk about today. So at Tokopedia, the value of focus on consumer is quite literally ingrained in us from the very beginning. Right? It runs in our vein, and any problem we solve, we must do it while keeping in mind how it makes our customers' life while using the platform better, easier, and meaningful. And among us, among all of you today, there must be many Tokopedia customers. So if you imagine you open your app, Tokopedia app, what would you want to see on the home page as of now? So some of you will say, well, I've been recently checking out new wireless earphones, my old ones broke. So it'll be great if you can show me what are the best sellers in the market right now. Some of you may say that I've been a loyal customer. It's been so long, so I'm in an exploratory mood. You show me what will surprise me and what will be relevant to me, right? And some would may say that, well, my hand wash or hand soap is running out. I bought it a couple of weeks back. So perhaps you can show me one of my favorite brand and I'll check out with it. So the point is that all of you, our customers, have very unique needs, which are also dynamic over time. And all of you are indeed very unique. So how can we offer you any different an experience at Tokopedia, but unique to yourself? Something which is tailor-made as well as timely. Traditionally, the data science teams and data scientists have been addressing such recommendation problems and personalization problems using classic methods such as content-based and collaborative filtering-based, which are based on matrix factorization methods. However, there are some obvious problems with these approaches, especially in the e-commerce setting. And I stress an e-commerce setting because where such methods established their supreme relevance, they were not really, in e-commerce, they were in other areas. So they're not very timely. They are suboptimal, cold start, they are not scalable, and they have the issue with sparsity. So, and how do you solve the problems? You usually add some, sprinkle some magic with deep learning. And jokes aside, there have been advancements, like in most things with deep learning, when latent vectors came into picture. So the motivation of learning latent features or latent vectors in recommender system came with factorization machines published by Stephen Randall over a decade ago. So it combined SVMs with factorization models. SVMs learned the latent vectors and it combined with factorization models. And it certainly helped overcome drawbacks of collaborative filtering and many other models of that time, SVD++ or factorization personalized Markov chains. And then with the magic sprinkling of deep learning, there was advancements and we got series of architectures such as neural collaborative filtering, deep factorization machines, extreme deep factorization machines, and each one absolutely worked better than the previous one. And my purpose here is not to do a survey or map every solution that was built, a timeline of it, but essentially these are certain snapshots that shows the maturity of recommender systems, especially with deep learning. And although each one of them, they still required significant handcrafting of features as well, particularly for the task of next item prediction. So this next part is actually very important for us, right? Nakama being Nakama, that is focused on consumer, we were seeking a solution that could uniquely embed a user based on their sequential behavior on the platform and then predict most relevant recommendation for them at that very point in time. So that point in time being a very important aspect. You are unique and your choices and preferences are dynamic and rapidly change over time. So why wouldn't they? Like there are over 1 billion products listed on Tokopedia now. So usually we are spoiled for choices which are rapidly evolving over time. So we actually were building and looking for a model that learns sequentially about a customer's preferences and generates recommendations that are most suitable at exactly that point in time. It understands that, if you've bought a baby clothing, that next it could be diapers or a bottle that you may want, right? So researchers in the community found such inspiration completely outside of the recommendation space, quite literal out-of-box thinking. So they looked at language models that do a fantastic job of learning context in a sentence, and then that context helps you predict the next sentence. And well, that's very close to what we want to do when predicting the next product or category of interest for our customers. And you can imagine like the clicks that you do or whatever actions that you take on the platform are nothing less than poetry for us because language model deals with them right now, right? So the inspiration of a solution basically comes from an architecture called Word for Rec, very popular now. And it's pretty straightforward, right? Replace the sentence with sequence of actions that customers take, and you've got a recommender model instead of language model to predict the next action. Well, that said, it's not that straightforward, and there are multiple blocks, and we'll discuss about the evolution of the next category prediction model that we built on top of Word for Rec, and which solves a personalization problem for our customers browsing. I'll hand it over to Diane to walk you through, who will introduce the architecture, each component of the architecture, as well as talk about what sort of results we have gotten of the platform on the platform with this model. Diane, over to you, please.
Sure. Thank you, Gaurav. So previously, Gaurav has mentioned about the problem that we face. So now let's talk about the solution here. So we are talking about our model, our NCP model, our next category predictions. This model is adapted from Bird4Egg, a recommendation model proposed by Fei Sun et al. On 2019. Basically, NCP have three main components. The first part is input processing, which contains the embedding layer, action type layer, and item features layer. And then after we process all the inputs, we will get to the next part, which is the encoder part. This will contain transformer encoder layers and also another user layers. After we understand all about the users here, we can use that and jump to the next part where we can decide what product or what category to recommend to the user in the output processing. Okay, let's understand each one of them in details. So first, let's talk about the first part of the input layers, which is the embedding layer. So embedding layer is the place where we get the representation of each category. Then to get the sense of the position, we also add the positional embedding here. And then at our first phase, we only work with the purchase data. So it was enough to use only the category. But then we want to add more actions to the model. We add click, we add to cart, we add wish list, and even we add also discussion. So we start to put these actions into a representations here and add them to our embedding layers so that we get the richer inputs. And then after we got the actions, we are thinking more to talk about the quality of each actions, especially click. As we know, click is quite noisy. People sometimes click product, but doesn't mean that they really interested in that product. Sometimes they just misclick or just curious. So we try to deep dive into the click actions. Click action is something that you can do after you click that product. For example, after you click product, you can swipe the picture, you can click shipment options, you can click the variant or other things. Intuitively, if you do more things in this page, means that you are more interested, right? So for example, here, there is me. I click a product and then I click the picture. It's quite interesting. So I become more curious and then I click the description details. And then I start to curious how people think about this product. So I click the review. So each actions here, we will map them to a representations and then we add them together to our final action type embedding. So here we got the actions, we got the category, then we talk about how to differentiate which one is the more important than the other. So we start to come up with the idea of item features here. So the objective is to get the sense of importance of each action. For example, here we have count actions. So it's intuitive, right? If we interested in something, we will click more and interact more with that category. For example, here in the example, we have a user, for example, me. I click a lot of things, I do a lot of things, but I interact most with the category C. So it's intuitive to recommend category C more than the other. Okay, so we have done with the input processing. So we come to the next part, which is the encoder parts, which contain 2 points. First, transformer layer and second, user layer. First, let's talk about this transformer. These encoder layers take multiple transformer layers to gather information from different positions in the sequence. What happened here is the model will learn the relationship between each category in the sequence and collect the information to decide what will the model recommend later. This part is playing a big role in summarizing what the user like and interested in. So basically, transformer layer is a layer with multiple sub-layer here. But we will not jump into too details about that, but I will give you a glance image about the main brain of the transformer layer, the multi-head attention. The main process here is the category embedding will be processed to each number of attention functions. And then the final output of this multi-head attentions is the concatenations of all output of the each attention functions. And then we have the second part of the encoder, which is the user features. Here we will learn from the user feature directly, not only from the history of user interaction with Tokopedia. It's intuitive, right? We want to give recommendation for users. So it means we need to understand the users. Based on that assumption, we add more features here based on their transaction, like how much they spend in Tokopedia in every month, and then how many transactions they do in Tokopedia. Using those information, we can understand the user better to give the best recommendation for them. We have done, and we got the user representation. Now we go to the last part when we want to give what category is the most suitable for that user. Here, after we get the user representations, we use them and go to the next dense layer, and then we multiply it with the shared embedding. Shared embedding here is the embedding that we got from the embedding layer at the beginning. And then we will standardize using softmax, and we got what category they are more interested in. So here, for example, that is like pet clothes. And then we have done about the user, about the model architecture. We talk about the output of this model. The output first is, of course, the recommendation itself, but we also have user representations as the output. User representation here is the embedding that further can be used to map user based on their interest. To map here means that we can visualize users that have the same interest to have the close distance. This representation is very important to widen user target for a specific campaign while maintaining the relevancy. For example, here in the picture, we have a campaign and the target is user that have interest in running shoes. So if we think about it intuitively, we will look for people that have interest in sport in general, right? So we look for users that have close distance with running shoes, which the sportwear and sneakers. And then here will be our next user that will be our target for the campaign. So to conclude all that parts, here is the full image of our model, starting from the input processing, and then here is the encoder layer, and here is the output processing. Okay, we have done talking about the model. Then the next question is, does the model work well? So at the beginning, the objective to create this model is to give diverse recommendation that further can inspire users to buy more. So we also try to evaluate our model in that aspect. We found out that NCP can give us diverse predictions by giving 20% user recommendation they never bought before, and give 10% users recommendation that they never interacted with before. We also do some quantitative evaluations in the offline and online setting. So here we try to compare our NCP model with the baseline, which is the buyer signal scoring model that was widely used in Tokopedia. And the offline evaluation proved that NCP successfully increased hit rate at 1 by 1.7 times compared to baseline. And in the online evaluation, NCP successfully increased CTR by 1.4 times and CTR by 8.30% compared to our baseline. I think that's all about NCP from us. If there are any questions, please mention. Thank you.
Thank you, Gaurav and Dian, for sharing on the various machine learning models, such as factorization machines and neural collaborative filtering that were explored whilst personalizing the Tokopedia customer's browsing experience. And of course, the details about the next category prediction model. The results are indeed heartening. We will now move into the Q&A section. The first question from Slido: what are some of the use cases for the user representation learned as a latent vector in the architecture?
Right, thank you. Thank you for the question, Geraldine. So I think as Dian mentioned, the user representation is essentially learning representation for users' entire history, which goes as input to the model. By the use cases that form once we have a user representations are plenty. One of the use cases that we are using internally right now of the byproduct of this model is that we are able to identify lookalike users. So when we run marketing campaigns specific to a particular campaign, we usually have a seed users that we would like to send that campaign out to, for whom that campaign would be relevant and would not hamper their experience. So given that seed user list, we can actually find more similar users based on this representation, and it has proven to be very, very strong compared to our earlier methods that we used for targeting for such campaigns. The quantitative analysis as well as qualitative surveys have disclosed that these user representations are very powerful in identifying similar users.
Thank you for that. The next question: with this shift to a more deep learning oriented approach, do you still apply any rule-based or heuristic approach?
Well, that's a good question. I think in the beginning, when we are starting out with solving a problem, even before data science is, let's say, involved, there are certain heuristics and rule-based methods that may be in place that are actually very helpful to learn the underlying factors that play, right? And even in the beginning, we may apply certain rule-based factors in combination of the model. Once we gather more data, once we understand and build deeper understanding, we'll replace those rule-based with the model. So it's usually a hand-in-hand in the very beginning. Eventually, when we build our understanding, gather actual on-ground data, we'll shift to more complete machine learning-based solutions.
Next question. This appears to be a simple classification problem. Have you compared the performance of this layered approach to a more shallow one?
Absolutely, we have. In fact, in work of progress of, out of curiosity as well as publications, we have actually compared it with other simple boosting methods by handcrafting features, thousands of them. And that would be a shallow, simple classification problem. And it actually performs much more suboptimally than when we actually learn representations with NCP and do the classification. And that was a good question, by the way.
Thank you for your answer. The next question: what is the motivation behind using positional embedding? Is it the case that category sequences are useful?
Absolutely, that is the case. And positional embeddings also help learn the category positions and the relationships between them. And this model, and as usual, BERT also does, it is bidirectional. So the representations are learned from both the directions, and therefore positional embeddings help.
Okay, perhaps a couple more questions. Can you share how extreme deep factorization machines is different from neural collaborative filtering?
Sure. Extreme deep factorization machine has something which is very unique to it, which is missing in neural collaborative filtering. It has something called compressed information network, inspired by cross networks as well. And the compressed information network essentially will learn explicit feature vectors. So you can imagine it to be playing the role of CNN and RNN, to intuitively understand how CIN works. So I think I'll encourage you to check it out. In fact, we have applied extreme defactorization machines in a different use case and in a different problem other than this. And it has also very strong impact that model on a different use case where we predict among only few categories what will be the propensity of users to take up a new category that they have never interacted with before.
If you may share some of the studies that you have mentioned, I think that would be helpful. So
For
that's
sure.
all.
I'll share that offline, yeah.
Okay, that's all for the questions related to this presentation. Big thank you once again to Gaurav and Dian for sharing on personalizing customers' browsing experience.
Sure, thank you. Thank you, Geraldine.
We will now move to our fourth presenter today, Hindra Koiri from GoTo Financial. Hindra is a data scientist in Gojek and GoTo Financial Group with more than 7 years of working experience. In his current role, he focuses on the automation of merchant quality assessment and merchant fraud detection. He earned his master's degree from Delft University of Technology in the Netherlands with a specialization in data science and technology. Hindra is passionate in the deep learning and computer vision world, and he also loves to share his experiences as a data scientist. Today, Hindra will be sharing on real-time content moderation at scale. We see that their slides are put up. I'll hand over the stage to you, Hindra.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Geraldine. And hi, welcome everyone. So today I will share about one of the projects in my team, which is the real-time content moderation at scale. But first of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Hindra. I'm a data scientist in the merchant platform team in Gojek and GoTo Financial. So basically, we apply data science to merchant-related stuff. We have GoBiz app, GoFood merchants, GoPay merchants, and other products like Midtrans, GoStore, Mocha, etc. I've been in this team for 2 years, and other than working, I love to share about data science. That's why it's an honor that today I can share to all of you. So let's start. Let's start with the initial problem. So I think most of us have used GoFood app, right? And when we open GoFood, we expect to see some delicious foods on drink that we can purchase. However, it will be annoying if the one that we see is something that we cannot eat. For example, dog food or dog meat, cat food, cigarette, or even something that is prohibited like drugs or weapons. And maybe sometimes the menu itself is actually normal, but the image does not focus on the food, or even it is something disturbing like the one that we see in the screen. So to avoid this kind of issues, we need moderation so that the menu that uploaded by the merchants can comply with our policy. And this is the initial flow. So the merchants can upload the content like menu items via GoBiz app. And after that, the content will go live. And after that, there will be content moderation. So every time a merchant create a new menu or update the existing menu, GoBiz app will create a moderation ticket that will be available in the content management system or CMS portal. And via this CMS portal, there will be content agents, which the task is to check the menu item one by one. And if the agent thinks that the menu item is appropriate, they will approve the ticket. And if the agent thinks that the menu is inappropriate, they will reject the ticket. However, there are still some issues with this approach. The first one is that after we launch the Merchant Express onboarding, there are more inappropriate or fraudulent contents, and we must tackle them as soon as possible. And the other issue is that there is an increasing trend of the number of tickets related to uploading menu. However, the capacity of the content agent is limited. So if we do nothing about it, then the backlog will be higher and there will be a delay, and the SLA for ticket resolving will be longer. And the other issue is related to human error that might cause the inaccurate judgments. So this is the problem statement that we have. How can we scale up the content team's capability to detect the inappropriate contents faster and more accurately? In here, we need a more real-time evaluations. That's why, as a solution, we developed INCA, Inappropriate Content Auditor. INCA is a machine learning-based tool that can automatically detect inappropriate content. So whenever there is a new ticket related to menu item, INCA will evaluate it. And if INCA thinks that the menu is appropriate, INCA will return accept. Otherwise, INCA will return challenge. So there are two labels provided by INCA. And INCA consists of two models, Inca image and Inca text. Inca image assess the appropriateness of menu item based on its image, and Inca text assess the inappropriateness of menu item based on its item name and item description. And based on the outputs from these two models, Inca will decide whether this menu item should be challenged or accepted. Let's see deeper on Inca image model. So basically, Inca image consists of several image classification models that were developed with CNN or convolutional neural networks. And each model will cover a specific inappropriate category. For example, model A will focus to detect inappropriate category A, model B will focus to detect inappropriate category B, etc. And each model will has its own training data sets and its own score and thresholds. And after we got the labels for each the model, Inca image will do ensemble and will decide the final decisions from this image. As for the Inca text, let's see sample for item name. So from item name, we take the inputs, old item name and new item name. So if the menu is newly created, the old item name will be empty. So first, Inca will extract features from these inputs. So like the similarity to prohibited keywords. So we have a dictionary containing list of prohibited keywords. For example, like anjing or dog, rokok or cigarette, etc. We check also the similarity score to food keywords. So we have another dictionary containing list of foods like nasi, goreng, sate, bakso, etc. We have also gibberish checking, like checking the pattern of gibberish like consecutive consonant letters, etc. We also check the existence of irrelevant info like phone numbers, emails, websites, etc. We also check the similarity score between the old and new name, because we don't want the menu is changed from, for example, ayam goreng to becomes bakso sapi, because it will be too different. And we have also have an SVM-based model as a guardrail. So this SVM-based model is trained by using the historical data, because we have collections of appropriate menu and inappropriate menu based on content judgments and any other features that we extract. The same thing is also done for description. After Inca extracted these features, Inca will have the menu item classifier that were developed by using XGBoost to define the final decisions for this text. And this is how Inca can help the moderation of tickets. So whenever there is a new incoming tickets, which is in our real-time stream data, Inca will evaluate it in real-time manner. So Inca will provide a label, challenge or accept. If Inca says challenge, then the ticket will need to be manually reviewed by the content agents via the CMS portal. And if Inca says accept, basically we will auto approve it, but we spare X% of the tickets, which is it is small amount like 5% that are randomly sampling, and this X% tickets are still need to be manually reviewed by the content agents. These tickets will be used for feedback loop and to estimate the model performance. And after we implemented Inca, 75% of the incoming tickets were auto-resolved by Inca, which means the content agents only need to manually review 25% of them, which is only 1 out of 4. And it is a huge reduce in the cost for manual review. And we could save 2,600 man-hours per month for this manual review by the agents. And as the model performance, among the tickets that were auto-approved by Inca, 99% of them are actually really appropriate. So the precision of this model is quite good. And after we see the success story of this Inca, we don't want to stop here. We want to make it more scalable. So how do we make it more scalable? One way, if we try to leverage Inca for other use cases. And to enable that, we developed this duo, Scallop and Scooter. Scallop is scalable object detection pipeline, which one of the feature is the automated image classification modeling. So if we want to create a new image classification model, we only need to prepare the training data set. So we prepare the images and their labels. And then Scallop will do the rest, like the pre-processing, the text model training, the model evaluations, and the deployment. This Scallop is powered by Face AI and based on the CNN also. And other than that, in Scale-up, there are also collections of image data sets. So we have collected the images and their labels. Some of the labels are manually annotated by our annotators, and some of them are retrieved from Google. And we have also collections of image classification model that can be used from for other use cases. As for Scooter, scalable tool for text processing, it is focused for the text processing. So we have functions related to text processing like checker and extractor, for example, to detect and extract some patterns like hashtag, fonts, emoji, etc. We have also preprocessor that containing basic preprocessing functions like lemmatizations. We have also other functions like to check similarity score between two strings. And with Scooter, we can also do automated text modeling like topic modeling. We have also collections of text datasets and corpus. So by using Scale-up and Scooter, we can speed up the model development because there are some stuffs that are handled by these platforms like the dataset preparations, model training, evaluations, and deployment. And by using the power of Scale-up and Scooter, we could extend the use case for Inka. So previously, we only have Inka food in Indonesia, which is to detect inappropriate GoFood menu item. Now we have Inka restaurant that can be used to detect inappropriate restaurant banner. We have also Inka outlet name, which can be used to detect inappropriate outlet name. We have also Inka food for Vietnam to detect inappropriate menu item for GoFood Vietnam. And we have also Inka store to detect inappropriate GoStore products. So each of these products have their own policy. So and it can be flexible for the model development. And the next challenge is how to make the model stay up to date. Because maybe over time, there is evolutions on the kinds of inappropriateness. There are maybe some kinds of inappropriate pattern that still not captured by the model. So how we handle that? So we did a feedback loop, which is we improve the performance of the models by utilizing the historical data. Because from the historical data, we can see the past tickets and Inka evaluation and also the content agents judgments. So we can extract the TP data or true positive data, which are the tickets that were challenged by Inka and then rejected by content agents. We can get the false negative data, which are the tickets that were accepted by Inka, but then rejected by content agents. We can also extract the false positive data, which are the tickets that were challenged by Inka, but then accepted by content agents. As for true positive and false negative data, which means these tickets are the ones that were rejected by the content agents, we can review them and we can detect new potential prohibited keywords. And these keywords can be added to Inka's prohibited keywords dictionary. As for the false negative and false positive data, which are the tickets that were falsely predicted, wrongly predicted by the model, we can use them to refine the model so that the model can learn from the mistake in the past. For the image data, we can use it to refine the Inka image models. And for the text data, we can use them to refine the Inka text SVM model. And this is one example on the flow for the automation for prohibited keywords update. So we provided the keywords management spreadsheet where the content team can request the updates in the Inka dictionary. So they can add, updates, or delete the keywords. And then in the regular basis, Inka will automatically combine the data from the content team and the existing dictionary. And then Inka will create a new model and do performance impact analysis. So Inka will simulate with the production data and check the performance before and after the change and see if the result is acceptable. If the result is still not good, Inka will do some algorithm to detect problematic keywords and exclude them from the dictionary. And then Inka will redo the impact analysis. And this mechanism is done until Inka find good combinations of keywords. And after we get the good keywords, we continue with the load test. And if the load test result is good, Inka will store the dictionary, save the impact analysis, and finally deploy the new model to the production. So in summary, we can make the content moderations be more real-time by developing the automations with machine learning-based model. And we can the moderation more scalable and the model more scalable by extending the model to other use cases and create a platform for that. And we can also continuously improve the model. So that's all that I can share. And thank you and credits for the people in the merchant platform, data science, and machine learning engineering team. And I think that's all from me. Get back to Geraldine for question and answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Hindra, for the sharing on the inappropriate content auditor, Inca. Inca has been applied in various use cases since its creation, and in terms of content moderation, for sure, it has helped to reduce the number of tickets that the content team needs to manually review. And now over to the questions that our audience has for Hindra. First question, when the Inca decision is marked as challenged, why do content agents still need to manually review the ticket? Is it possible to just auto-reject it?
Okay, so thank you for the question. So yeah, basically for Inca Food, what we do is auto-approve. So when Inca says challenge, the content agent still need to manually review them. Because when in our analysis, there are some tickets that were challenged by Inca, but actually it is still appropriate. So if we auto-reject them, there is possibility that the merchant will complain. For example, there was a case, we blocked the keywords mask or masker because it is not allowed. But sometimes there are menu like nasi goreng, gratis masker, etc. And so for the next improvement, what we do, we also do auto rejects, and we create a model that return the third label, which is reject. And model will return reject when the model has high confidence that the menu item is really inappropriate. As for information also, the other model like Inca Restaurant already apply this auto rejects. And I think that's the explanation.
Thank you. And the next question, how does Gojek do image annotation at scale? Is it crowdsourced?
Yeah. Okay, so for the initial approach, we have the annotators in our in Gojek, so we use them. And sometimes we also do some semi-supervised approach to like predict what is the high probability level for this kind of data, something like that.
Thank you, Hendra. Those are the questions that the audience has for you today. So we have now come to the end of this segment that shares the work from the data scientists of the GoTo group. We will now take a short break before the showcase of the day, the plenary talk by Nando di Freitas. Please be back here at 5:05 p.m.
Jangan sepelekan kekuatan sebuah jempol. Jempol bisa membuat hidup seseorang berubah dan hilang arah. Jempol mampu membawa terang untuk memulai perang. Jempol juga bisa jadi penanda kalau kamu nggak pandang bulu. Dia menjadi bagian dari resep makanan di pinggiran jalan. Dia bisa menjadi alasan sebuah pertemuan yang disebut jodoh. Atau bukan. Saat peran ibu jari berubah jadi bapak jari, bikin makin sedih. Jempol bisa membangkitkan semangat. Lihat-lihat tempat juga kali, Mas. Dia bisa hilangkan perih di hati. Atau nambah perih di mata. Jempol itu Inggrisnya thumb, Indonesianya tambelan. Dia bisa membuka pintu rahasia terbesar sekalipun.
Saya nggak nyentuh sama sekali.
Ada nih, sidik jempol.
Juga sanggup menguak misteri yang sulit terpecahkan. Bahkan sampai menggerakkan massa. Seberapa bijak kita menggunakannya?
Bapak hebat.
Tidak perlu semua tentang hal yang besar. Sentuhan kecil dari jempol kita. bisa berarti bagi kebaikan dan berdampak untuk sekitar. Bareng Gojek, berikan apresiasi buat orang-orang yang berharga, tapi lupa untuk dihargai. Kamu semua jempolan, kamu hebat.
Semua berawal dari mimpi anak-anak bangsa yang ingin menggali potensi terpendam mereka di Indonesia sebagai negara kepulauan terbesar di dunia. Namun, banyak yang terhalang oleh jarak dan teknologi walau semua punya kesempatan yang sama. Demi mencapai mimpi, kami perlu merobohkan tembok penghalang. Bagi kami, teknologi bisa menjadi solusi yang menjembatani semua orang. Maka dari itu, Tokopedia hadir sebagai sebuah perusahaan teknologi Indonesia dengan misi untuk mewujudkan pemerataan ekonomi secara digital di Indonesia. Kami membangun sebuah ekosistem di mana semua orang bisa memulai dan menemukan apapun. Perjalanan kami dimulai dengan marketplace yang dapat menghubungkan penjual dan pembeli di seluruh Nusantara serta menyediakan fitur-fitur agar mereka bisa mendapatkan lebih dari yang mereka butuhkan. Dengan dukungan dari mitra logistik, kini kami telah menjangkau 98% kecamatan di Indonesia. Penjual juga dapat memanfaatkan fitur toko cabang, gudang pintar untuk menyimpan stok barang di seluruh Indonesia. Kami juga menghadirkan lebih dari 40 produk digital untuk memudahkan pembayaran kebutuhan sehari-hari. Tokopedia percaya bahwa inklusi keuangan bisa dipercepat dengan memanfaatkan teknologi. Melalui Tokopedia Keuangan, kami menghadirkan pilihan produk-produk finansial terpercaya untuk berinvestasi, serta kemudahan mengakses permodalan untuk mengembangkan bisnis. Untuk mempercepat adopsi digital.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have now come to the last segment of the GoTo Data Science Conference, the plenary talk. We are honored to have with us here today, Nando de Freitas, a well-known and influential researcher in the field of machine learning, neural networks, and deep learning. Nando is currently a lead research scientist at Google DeepMind in London, where he leads the machine learning team. He is also a senior fellow of the Canadian Institute for Advanced Research in the Neurocomputation and Adaptive Perception program. Previously, Nando served as a professor of computer science at the University of Oxford and the University of British Columbia. He was a co-founder of Dark Blue Labs, a deep learning company that develops algorithms to learn and exploit structured and unstructured data. Dark Blue Labs was acquired by Google and is now part of Google DeepMind. Nando holds a PhD in information engineering from the University of Cambridge and has received multiple Best Paper awards and distinctions from leading academic conferences. Nando's research interests are in deep learning and related fields such as transfer learning, abstraction, reinforcement learning, and multi-agent learning. Today, Nando will be speaking about what's next in AI and ML, where he will share some of the achievements of his lab in large language models and computer code generation. The abstract of his talk is as follows. Creating solutions to unforeseen problems is second nature in human intelligence, a result of critical thinking informed by experience. The machine learning community has made tremendous progress in generating and understanding textual data, but advances in problem solving remain limited to relatively simple math and programming problems, or else retrieving and copying existing solutions. As part of DeepMind's mission to solve intelligence, we created a system called AlphaCode that writes computer programs at a competitive level. AlphaCode achieved an estimated rank within the top 54% of participants in programming competitions by solving new problems that require a combination of critical thinking, logic, algorithms, coding, and natural language understanding. Following the talk, we will head into a fireside chat and a Q&A session, both of which will be moderated by Sylvain Truong, Senior Data Scientist at Gojek. A reminder to the audience, if you have questions for Nando, please submit them via Slido and he will answer them during the Q&A segment. Without further ado, let us warmly welcome Nando de Freitas. Nando, please.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, depending on your time zone. Thank you, Geraldine, for that wonderful introduction. And thanks to all the organizers for giving me the opportunity to be here today. It's a wonderful privilege. So today I will talk about our recent efforts to go from a natural language description of a problem to code that actually solves the problem as posed in the declarative explanation of what needs to be done. So this was an important thing for DeepMind and I think for the field of AI in general. It was reported all over the media about 3 weeks ago. And so we saw many articles of the form that sort of were very descriptive of what we did. Things like AI tool writes novel computer code. And then, of course, from that to it's so good that the question of are programmers now obsolete came up, going on to some people who still entertain the other idea that human level AI is light years away. And my favorite is this one from Oxford, always sensible, good advice. Teach children to code, even if the AI does it better. A very important, I think, piece of reporting on this is, and perhaps the most insightful one for me, was the blog of Scott Aronson at MIT, a wonderful blog that I highly recommend. And Scott phrased it as AlphaCode is as a dog that speaks mediocre language. So most people will deride this dog because look at this dog, it can't even spell properly. It says things that don't make sense. It writes code that doesn't get used. And you would think, well, what these engineers and scientists have built is kind of useless, but there's a dog that talks, and that's the point. There's been huge, immense progress in AI over the last 3 fields. And I think a big part of the community is still coming to terms with that and being able to appreciate the significance of the progress that we've made. Part of my talk is also about telling you how we achieve these types of results. I think the first thing is collaboration, people. I think with every startup, with every project in AI, these days, to make significant progress, you need to have a team of people working together, collaborating. So people skills are very, very important. The ability to communicate well, the ability to be able to have discussions and address conflict in a productive manner is a very essential one. In fact, it's, I think, one of the most important things for a startup. And so I think my first piece of advice is try to get the team right and invest on collaboration exercises toward finding what you want to do, get people involved, believe in being inclusive, try to get a team that's as diverse, entertain different ideas, and then eventually allow everyone to feel like they're part of the project. Because when people feel included, then once you set a goal, they feel as if it's their goal too, and they will get behind it. And then wonderful things happen there. All right, so today I also want to take you through an example of a competitive programming competition so that you get an idea of what AlphaCode is actually doing. So let's go through this example. Let's read it. You are given, so this is what AlphaCode would see, or any coder who enters a programming competition would see. You are given 2 strings, S and T, both consisting of lowercase English letters. you are going to type the string S character by character, from the first character to the last one. When typing a character, instead of pressing the button corresponding to it, you can press backspace button. It deletes the last character you have typed among those that aren't deleted yet, or does nothing if there are no characters in the current string. For example, if S is A, B, C, B, D, and then you press backspace instead of typing the first and fourth characters, you'll get the string BD. In case you're confused, let me sort of go through this example. You press backspace instead of the character in the first and fourth character. So the first, instead of typing A, you do backspace, so that deletes the A. Then you type B, you type C, and then instead of typing B, you press backspace. That deletes the B, but it also deletes the previous character, as the description above says. So then what you're left with is B and D. If it's confusing, don't be surprised. Programming competitions are not easy. The first press of backspace deletes no character, and the second press deletes the character C. Another example, if S is ABCA and so on. Your task is to determine whether you can obtain string T if you type the string S and press backspace instead of typing several, maybe 0 characters of S. So first of all, note that it's talking now about the string T, but it's never told you that this small string is the string T. So this is a leap of inference that we have to make. Moreover, it's to get so here it's sort of more or less telling you what's going to be what your task is to do, and it's not very, it's in a declarative manner of language. It's not telling you precisely what to do. It's not telling you how it is that you're going to implement this code, or what data structure you're going to use, or it doesn't have an imperative way of saying to you exactly what it is that you must do. It's not a command. It's just a very vague description. It does give you some more detail it then goes on to say what the input should be, what the output should be, and most programming competitions include an example, a test, which is it shows what the typical input for the program should be and what the output is. So here the input will consist of the first line, as pointed out here, just tells you how many instances. So there's 8 strings here. So there's the first string is the string S, the second one in a pair is the string T. And then the task is to say whether if you were to follow using backspace, if you were to type this and you type backspace a few times, whether you would get this string T. In some cases you do, like in the first and last case, but in the other ones you don't. And that's it. That's the program that's the specification to programmers, and then programmers have to come up with a code to do that. What does alpha code do? Takes in this natural language description and it produces a program like this one. This is an example of what alpha code generates automatically. As you can see, it does reasonable things. It knows that it has to read first it has to read the integer, which is for the number of instances, the 4 here in this example. It then creates data structures. So it creates some control flows. So like these for loops here, it creates these data structures, these 2 lists A and B, to take the input strings S and T. And it gives it new names. So this is a form of abstraction. The program is creating new symbols in the world. And then it moves on to manipulate those symbols. This is actually how we should think about symbols in AI. The symbols are not necessarily the things that are being manipulated in the head, but we can manipulate symbols externally. We should be thinking of them as tools. And of course, then it comes up with a clever way of reversing these, and comes up with an algorithm that actually ensures that you do the right thing. You can see a lot more examples of this if you visit this website here, alphacode.deepmind. And if there is time permitting at the end, I will come back and go over and show you an illustration of how AlphaCode looks at the description and starts generating a lot of code. This particular instance here is one where the answer is actually almost all in this last line of code. AlphaCode types these 4 lines here, but it never actually uses them anywhere. But these are the kind of lines, for Python fans, you will immediately recognize this. So it's doing sensible things, even though it doesn't use it. So in my experience as a teacher, when I look at this, I think of AlphaCode as a student under pressure in an exam. It just throws everything on the page, and then it hopes that you will ignore this when marking, and then it provides the right answer. How did AlphaCode do? Over 10 contests, we actually evaluated it offline on 10 contests on the CodeForces platform, which has about 500,000 active users. So, a great many smart coders. And in that competition, if you will, sort of synthetic competition of 10 contests, AlphaCode ranks in the top 54.3%. So it's better than we've attained a ranking that's basically to say that we're about like the average coder. If we look at the last 6 months of contests, and we've estimated the ELO rating for AlphaCode, and I think it puts it around the top 28% of coders. So it's not the best coder, but it's what someone who would enter these competitions, at least once in their lives, would do, or at least it's better than 50% of the people there. Why did we pick this problem? So here, I think there's also some reflection as to how we choose problems. First, it's interesting. If we want to make progress in natural language understanding, this is, as you probably saw from the example that we went through, to be able to get what that description is about, we need to make progress in natural language understanding. The agent that we're building, the AI, has to understand what is being said in that declarative description to be able to generate the code that solves the problem. It's a benchmark, and this is very important. I highly recommend for every project that there'll always be a leaderboard where you can measure performance. So first of all, what do you need for that? First of all, you need data sets. This is very important. And because we're going to use transformers, it's important to have data sets to pre-train models and then to fine-tune the models to specific applications. The nice thing about the leaderboard and benchmarks is that the goal is very well defined. We know what we want to do. We want to win a programming competition. Eventually, we want to build the best programmers in the world. There's also a way of evaluating. So we have those tests that allow us to evaluate, or we can submit to competitions, and then we can easily know whether it's working or not. And we have reliable metrics. We can tell how well it's doing, through ELO ratings and so on. It's also about another important problem, which is programming. Programs run a lot of the machines around the world, including the software that we're using now to communicate in this conference. If it wasn't for programming, none of this would be possible. And then importantly, we know that if we make progress in generating code from language descriptions, we will make general progress in AI. We believe we will make progress in things like translation, improve our neural network architectures, improve our ability to scale and reduce the energy cost of these models, and so on. So it's a step. So we know that by doing well in one problem, we will be able to do well across a wide range of problems. It's the same philosophy of why we invested so much effort into ConvNet and ImageNet and so on. ImageNet was a very well-defined challenge. So was the challenge of timid when we were doing speech recognition back in around 2010. So by having good concrete challenges with well-specified goals, it's very easy to steer a team. So always, as part of a vision, I think of any product or any startup and so on, there has to be this concrete goal that people can look at and try to make progress. How does AlphaCode do this? So first we pre-train a big model, and for this we just use all the code that's in GitHub, all the Python, C++ code. We also have a few code contests, and in particular we have 15,000, about 15,000. So we build a data set, so that's a big part of it. And then we can fine-tune the model that learns to predict, say, the next character in a string in GitHub to actually be able to solve coding competition problems. Then given a new coding competition problem, one for which we don't know the solution, so this is a test time, we will learn a probabilistic model that allows us to, just like any other distribution, to generate many code samples. That is, for a particular description, we can generate 10,000, 100,000 potential code candidates. So there's a large set of potential solutions. And then what we did is we engineered a few algorithms that allow you to filter from those many descriptions to just a few. And then typically 10, and those 10 are the ones that we would submit to a competition or evaluate in-house with some of our data sets. When building a machine learning solution, we always need to think about three things: the data set and how we train. We need to think about the models that we're going to use, and then we need to think about evaluation. So let's start with the train. There's two types of training, as I mentioned already. One is to pre-train a transformer language model on GitHub, and I'll come to describe soon what a transformer language model is. And then we fine-tune on the programming data set that we built, which we call code contests. So that data set, as you can see here, only has about 13,000 instances. So these are sort of descriptions with code. Some of them are correct, some of them are not. And that's part of the challenges or part of the opportunities to learn to build solutions that could work with sort of big, broad data sets. And of course, we then have some data that we use to validate, to do hyperparameter selection and so on, and then some test set, which we have used, sequentially over time, which is one that we know that has no overlap with any of these previous data sets and ensures that we can actually concretely evaluate how the model is doing. One of the most important things I want you to take from this here is that the first step is a generic step. Most people in the world know how to train our transformer language model on a large text database. There are companies like Hugging Face and Cohere and so on that do provide some of these models already for many researchers to be able to play with them. Then the other thing that is very important to notice is that once you have a pre-trained model, so once we have induced some prior over what language is, it takes very little data to be able to do well on a new application. In this case, to do coding, to teach the machine to code, you only need 13,000 examples. That's just remarkable. The sample complexity is so low, in contrast to we thinking it will need millions and so on. 13,000 is doable. You can very easily crowdsource that amount of data to make progress. So in this case for coding, but if you're trying to solve some other problem, once again, this would be the scenario that would play out. What's a language model? So I'm going to illustrate it here with translation. So it's a neural network, which is what is in this blue box, that takes as input some sentence, like for example, here it takes a sentence in French, je suis étudiant, and then it translates it to English in this case, and the string says, I am a student. A language model is a model, basically the current definition, what in practice it ends up being is just something that takes a string and then predicts the next word in the string. That's all that a language model is. To get translation, you just sort of provide labels of a different format. And then the same model, you can provide a description of like the one that we just read with the strings S and T, and then the model, the neural network generates the code. So the transformer neural network is a very standard and very generic piece of code. There's not much innovation here. You can use the same thing to go from image to text, to go from text to text, to go and so on. How does it work? So here is an example of how it does. First, the input sentence is mapped to a set of integers, and this is usually done through something called a tokenizer. If you want to know how to do this, I highly recommend you just go to GitHub and you look at the sentence piece tokenizer, which is the one that everyone is using these days. Here I'm illustrating this with words. Actually, this is from this blog here, which I highly recommend. It's a wonderful explanation of transformers. Once you have these words as vectors, then a neural network just applies a series of transformations to those vectors until it produces as output a set of vectors or tensors, as it describes them, stored in key and value form. So what we're going to build is something like a key value database of the input, and then a decoder neural network will query that key value database and then start generating the output. And it proceeds as follows. So once this is generated, once we have encoded, you have a word, and then what you try to do is, by querying and using the current word, predict the next word. Once you have predicted the next word, so like here we predict A, it copies A to the input, it now tries to predict the next word, and so on. So because it goes one, by predicting, copying to the input, predicting the next word, so it's doing it autoregressively. So these are called autoregressive generative models. The key paper on transformers that started this was a paper titled, well, I actually forgot. It's attention, something like attention is all you need. And so, as we've seen already in some talks in this conference, it just takes the inputs as the description. It uses positional encodings to decide, to basically say where the words happen, what the location of the words. And then it splits the input into keys, queries, and values. I'm going to soon go into this. It consists of normalization steps that ensure that things don't blow up and stay tractable, and some linear transformation, some standard neural network steps. And of course, it's done not just once, but it's done, this operation here is repeated n times. And so each of these things is what we call a transformer block, and these transformer blocks are repeated. Here's another example of the same thing. This is the decoder. So again, keys, queries, and values. It will do something called self-attention, normalization, and then the output is going to query. So this is going to be the query here now, and the keys and values are going to come from the encoder, and they're going to be used to attend to the input. So when you're generating a new word based on previous words, you attend to the input and decide what that new word is going to be. And this also has these things called residual connections, which allow us to feed information forward. So you can pick, then every layer can pick information from any previous layers. Ultimately, we produce softmax, which is a way of normalizing all these numbers, so to ensure that the output is a probability. And having output probabilities then allows us to sample. Zooming in, the multi-head attention looks like this. The input is split into queries, keys, and values. We apply linear transformations to this. We then, since we use different linear transformations, we're able, And bilinear here means we just multiply it times the input times another matrix. And so that gives us a parallel representation. Just like the networks in our brains, the networks that we use in practice now, it's all based on parallelism. You know, the more parallel, the more efficiently we can do the compute in modern chip architectures. And everything gets concatenated and so on. And the attention operation is very simple, as illustrated in this picture. It simply takes the key and the value, it does the dot product, and the dot product is a measure of similarity. When K and Q are similar, you get something like 1, as when you normalize, and if they're not similar, you get something like 0. So basically, when the query is similar to the key, the value is red. So here, as we're producing a new word, we look in the past all the words that were in the description and use that to predict what the next word will be. You can actually visualize these products, these what we call attention scores, and I will do it for you at the end with an example. For each of these heads, you're going to see how the model is attending to different parts of the input. The particular model that we used in the end has 41 billion parameters, and it, you know, it's a standard transformer. It has a shallow, a few number of encoder blocks and a deeper decoder, and that's done for practical reasons. Finally, evaluation. So in the programming competition, we're allowed to submit a maximum of 10 submissions. But of course, we can generate many more code samples. So we generate many more examples of code, and then we use some filtering ideas to go down to 10. And those are the ones that we submit. Now, what do we do to filter? Well, we have example tests. The program descriptions have tests. So the first thing we could do is just check if the programs that we've generated pass the tests. If they don't pass the test, we immediately exclude them. We will do a few more smarter things that I will describe soon. The competition has hidden tests. These hidden tests are not available to us. And then to evaluate, the metric that we're going to use is this one, 10 at K. What 10 at K means is what is the solve rate if we have 10 submissions when we have K samples. And K could be 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. And then pass just means use all the samples. This, of course, would be a bit unrealistic. Okay, so here's some lessons from the experiment. First of all, the solve rate scales with more samples. The more samples, the better the model. The more parameters, also, the better the model. If we increase the amount of training, the model also gets better for no matter what size. If we increase the sampling, the model also gets better. So scaling is an extremely important thing for us. The other things we do is try to be a bit smart. And so the same model, we use the same model, alpha code, to go from a program description and also predict the test inputs, the example inputs. Because then we can run those test inputs through through the code instances. So we generate test inputs, we generate code, and then for all those test inputs, we generate, evaluate all the generated code in each of these inputs, and then we cluster the outputs. Because the idea here is, in order to do smart filtering, we're trying to see whether there's redundancy. If all the sampled programs happen to be similar, then they're likely they will all either fail or they will all either succeed. And so we try to get a diversity of different types of programs, so through having these clusters. So, and then we pick, say, one instance from this cluster and one instance from this cluster. And if you just pick 10 examples, typically this is what you're going to do. It's not going to work very well. But if you pick a lot more and do filtering, then performance goes up significantly. If you do clustering, performance gets even better. And in blue here is what would happen if you, in this idyllic setting where you could actually submit thousands or hundreds of thousands of examples to the coding competition. So through our filtering, I think we're actually already close to the best that we can do. what are the takeaways from my talk? So, I mean, the first one is a remarkable thing. I think the dog is in the room now, and the dog can speak English. The dog can write code. It's able to write code at a level that it matches an average programmer, I think. Of course, within this coding competition setting. And the key to get that is to pre-train the large language models, be able to fine-tune them in a new problem instance. In our case, large-scale sampling was essential. We would love to reduce the cost of that. And of course, we had to innovate techniques to make the sampling more efficient. And of course, in the paper, which is available on our website, you can go and read about how it actually manages to solve new problems that are very different than anything encountered in the training set, and showing that, and a lot of tests to indicate that it's not just copying solutions. The takeaway home message: pre-trained transformers are very powerful models. And once you have one, you can use it to fine-tune it with few data to all sorts of problems. And I think this is just the beginning. There's so much to do. Like, just to give you an illustration of the generality of this, here's sort of how I envision something fun that someone could do in the future. You could take demonstrations of, say, someone teleoperating a robot. And just from those demonstrations, if you can get, say, 10,000 of those paired with code, what code would you run to get the robot to do this? Then you could build something that would go from demonstration to code. And then you could use deploy the code to control a robot arm. So you could do this in factories and so on. Now, the important thing about it is that the code is something that you can scrutinize. It's interpretable, it's human readable. Whereas if you were to deploy a neural network, then all the questions of interpretability and robustness and so on come into bearing. So being able to generate code is important, because most of us control a lot of what happens in the web, including browsers, these communication tools that we're using right now through code. So if we're able to generate code and we're able to read it and verify parts of that code and sort of be systematic about it, we can actually use this as a powerful tool to enhance the range of things that we can do. With that, I would like to end, and what I'd like to do next is to show an example of the website, or showing you how AlphaGo would go about generating code. So just bear with me.
Hi, Nando. I think your mic is off.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, because I changed tab. Well, as I was saying, here's an example of the that you can visit when you visit our website, alphacode.deepmind.com. Here's a program description. Note that we add these tags. These are available sometimes. You can say what the language is that you want, C++, for example. You can even specify tags that tell you what you want your implementation to be, whether you want it to be a greedy algorithm and so on. But you communicate as language. You just use words to communicate the model. So this doesn't mean that you need to hack the model. It's just the input changes. And then these are the heads, as I said, the parallel structures of the transformer. And here is how it generates the code. So it's generating the code in a sequential manner. And as it generates the code, it's each character, the colors indicate how the different heads are looking at input, where the model is paying attention to. and also how it is paying attention to the code it has generated. It's wonderful to see this. This is just a neural network writing code. It's very sequential. It's not how humans write code, because we sometimes go back to the beginning, we edit and so on. But and I think that's one of the sort of models we will be exploring in the future. But it's just remarkable to see a neural network. You know, for someone who's done AI for so many years, this is just wonderful. It's an amazing thing to see how it can, just from a few thousand examples, write these complex instructions for a computer to execute. With that, I would like to end my talk, and I would thank you all for your time.
Thank you so much, Nando, for this very insightful presentation and for your perspectives. I think that last demo is quite impressive. So I hope that our audience here will take the time and go and visit that website. I really like your perspectives, by the way, on how this work can be extended to other opportunities with robot arms and coding things out of this, and also your perspective on how generational code is actually very interesting to interpret how the algorithm is thinking about abstractions. So that was very cool. Yeah, I mean, yet again, that shows an example of how large language models can adapt to increasingly challenging tasks. And it's also a very recent result. So it's a real honor for GoTo to host you today. So I really hope our audience here enjoyed the presentation as much as I did. And I remind you for the audience that if you have questions to Nando, whether it be on AlphaCode or anything about AI, you can submit those questions on Slido, which link is on the YouTube chat and Tokopedia Play if you're watching us from there. But for now, Nando, I have some questions of my own that I would like to ask you. And maybe sure. So let's start with this. Like, first of all, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine, thank you. I hope you're all doing well too there and enjoying the meeting.
Awesome. Well, I would like to come back to AlphaCode for a second. So as you said, AlphaCode is based on the transformer architecture. And lately, a lot of public attention has been generated around NLP and these types of techniques with a few years earlier, the OpenAI's GPT-3, for instance. And so the research community is very interested in it, the open source community as well, with organizations like Hugging Face that you mentioned. My question for you today is, does the future of machine learning lie in text data?
Not necessarily, but I think text data will definitely be part of it. So I think we can go beyond text. We're starting to see transformers that take images as input, video, and of course there's challenges in themselves, but vision, multimodal transformers, audio, and so on are becoming increasingly powerful. I mean, we're calling these language models, but what they really are autoregressive generative models. I mean, I almost wish we would just call them that. And language is one of the things we can process autoregressively. We could, of course, do that with audio or video and so on. And of course, as we go into images and audio, these architectures, because of the attention mechanism, may not scale well in terms of n-square computation. A lot of people have worked on ways to resolve this problem, and there are solutions out there. And I think that space is being explored extensively now, and the models just keep getting better. There's a particular model that I quite like called Perceivers. Also, it's a DeepMind product, and very recently, Truong, Drew, Jaggle, and a few others just put up one out there that does language autoregressively. And I think with time, we're going to see models that are capable of doing multimodal data, not just text. Text is, however, important because a lot of language is so important to humans. I mean, if it wasn't for language, we'd still be where we were 10,000 years ago, we'd be hunting animals and maybe planting. By then, I guess we would be planting wheat and so on. But it's through language that we create abstractions. It's through languages that we can talk about things like corporations. It's a thing that does not exist in the world. It only exists because it exists as a language abstraction. So much of our knowledge, things like black holes, neutrinos, electrons, banks, and so on, comes through abstraction and language. And through language, we can also ask questions like, what is that person thinking about me? Is the audience buying my speech right now? And so, yeah, language is incredibly powerful, and we have it available to us in the form of many data sets on the web and so on. So there's a lot of, I think, especially for startups and so on right now, there's a lot of opportunities of things to do with language.
Absolutely. I think this is a very nice point of view. The fact that, language is actually encoding abstractions of mankind, if I may say. And we're lucky enough to have the internet and have humongous amounts of text data. So AlphaCode is about answering code competitions. And, it's quite a specialized task that for a human involves a lot of abstract reasoning. And you talked about manipulations of symbols, for instance. It's much different from an image classification task, for instance. And so I wanted to ask you, what are the learnings that we can get from this particular piece of work about artificial general intelligence and modeling what we call system 2 thinking?
Right. So I think that the main lesson is, I'll go back to say that it only took 13,000 instances. So 13 examples of here's the input and here's the output, here's the description and here's the code. Generating such a data set by humans is not hard. I think many small teams around the world would be able to create data sets of that size. It's remarkable. I mean, if you had asked me 5 years ago, would computers be able to do this? And I actually do remember there was a discussion that we were having about this, which included Jeff Hinton and so on. And we kind of felt this is way out there. This is not going to happen anytime soon. I mean, being able to sort of do, in that case, we were talking about high school exams and so on, be able to sort of come up with solutions. So we didn't think we thought that was going to be incredibly hard. And yet the really surprising thing here is how little data it takes once you have a pre-trained language model. So for me, that's the main finding. Now, systems 2 thinking. So what systems 2 goes on about is about machines that are capable of reasoning. So then don't just do stimulus response directly. And so models that just map input to output directly, that there's just kind of rat intelligence type models. Actually, I take that back. I don't know that rats are not doing system 2 thinking. They probably are too. But you can already see that these models are doing things that are sort of would probably be part of this. So by the way, the way I see system 2 thinking is, I think best put through a quote of someone who survived a Nazi concentration camp. And he said that between stimulus and response, there is some room. And in that room lies our freedom and our opportunity to grow. And so we want to create for a model that space that before the model produces the response, it's able to sort of first use some self-awareness to think about how would others perceive this. I don't think we are that far from being able to put this in models, and I think there's already forms of this. So, for example, with alpha code, we could, for example, have the model not just produce the test input, but produce also the test outputs. Then it could, via a different route, feed the inputs into the code that it has generated. And then it checks whether its predicted outputs match what the code has generated for the input. So it's starting to do a higher level reasoning to filter examples. That's one way to go at it. But even things when you start, if the model could generate data that it feeds to itself as the input, for example, tag. So you could start doing things like, what would happen if I choose to solve this with dynamic programming instead? And then it checks the solutions, it generates tests, it verifies what it's doing, and so on. So I think even though we haven't run all these type of problems, I don't think we are far from this type of reasoning. At least that's, of course, that's my own intuitive, subjective feel, but we'll see. We need experiments to verify this. But yeah, in my current estimate, we are not far from that type of thinking.
That's very interesting. I really like the idea of the algorithm generating its own data in a way. Like you were talking about AlphaCode being able to generate its own test samples, and like when it's doing this, like it's through a black box mechanism, but at the same time it needs to generate the code that is doing the linking between the input and the output in these test cases. So yeah, I really like the point of view on, you know, stimulus to action and like what's happening in between. I think this is you know, good thing to reflect on. So thank you for your kind words, Nando, on you know, this AlphaCode. I would like to touch on a topic that is I guess dear to your heart, which is AI in Southeast Asia. So you have at heart the democratization of education resources and equality of chances for students. For instance, you have been involved in various organizations to support development of AI talent in Latin America and Africa, both regions that are underrepresented in the influence map of AI alongside Southeast Asia. So in the context of today, and in the context of this presentation, what advice would you give to the youngest people in the audience who are looking to pursue a career that has to do with computer science and AI?
That's a very good question, Sylvain. Thank you. Yeah, so about the sort of history. So I'm from Africa. I was born in Africa, and I sort of grew up in Africa and South America, and when you go to Africa, when you visit different countries across the African continent or Latin America, all of a sudden, all these discussions that we have about AI seem irrelevant because the reality there is so different. But at the same time, you see the people on their cell phones, and they're consuming all these products that are being developed in the North that don't take into consideration necessarily what the reality is. And then, of course, it just creates a structure of dependency. So I don't think it's a good thing for most of the world. I, of course, just because of my own upbringing, I have that connection with Africa and a strong connection with Latin America. That's home for me when I go to either of those places. I haven't had the opportunity to do the same thing with Southeast Asia, though I do hope that one day we will be doing this meeting in person. When I go to those meetings, I like to go not just to give a talk, but I like to spend 2 weeks there and talking to people, because for two reasons. First, because when you're together, that's when you can sort of start asking questions and so on. The other reason is because when I was a kid, you know, a kid in like my early 20s, studying in Africa, I remember there was this professor from Imperial College that came to give a talk. And for me, that professor was like a god, and Imperial College was this thing that was way beyond anything I could imagine I could ever aspire to. And when I talked to him, then I kind of realized, well, I understand. So I saw his talk. Then I was like, I get his talk. And actually, I think maybe he could try this other thing. So at the end, I went and started chatting with him. And all of a sudden, this God was no longer a God. It was a human. And it was like me. And that, to me, is the first thing that everyone has to get. And everyone has to get that we're not that different, that anyone can make it, whether you're in Southeast Asia, or whether you're in Africa, or whether you're in Latin America. You have exactly the same intellect and the same talent as anyone else in the world. You may not have the same opportunities, and the societal structures and government structures and so on might not be conducive to you being able to succeed with your idea as easily. However, the first step is to realize that, yes, you can compete with the deep minds, and you can compete with all the best researchers in the world, because you, like all of us, has an amazing brain. So that and in future, and if you're very young, then you have something very precious. You have a fresh brain that can think into the to solve problems. You have energy. Then what you need is also discipline. Sometimes it's easy to just jump for the easiest route. Sometimes one does need to do the work. So getting a good degree at the local institution is an important step. And so I highly recommend that. These days, unlike when I started in the 90s, there are lots of tools for educational tools online. So I highly recommend the Coursera courses that Andrew Ng has put together. I myself, back in the day, used to create all these courses that I offered through Oxford when there was a need for this. And by now, there's fast AI. There are companies like Cohere.ai and Hugging Face that also have course material on their website, and they sort of help you through how you build a model, how you sort of create a data pipeline, and so on, and test. So there's lots of resources online. And there's also opportunities to meet with other people, sort of meetups and so on. And I highly recommend reaching out to others and then discussing problems with others, because most things, you don't do them alone. It's really important to reach out, talk to others, bounce your ideas. Don't feel like people are going to steal your idea and run with it. That seldom ever happens. And if it does happen, that's okay. You'll get another idea. And there's plenty of ideas. Ideas just keep coming. The creating a team that can execute that idea is the hard bit. And so I highly recommend you to get the background right. And then if you want to sort of venture into startups and so on, which is where opportunities actually lie, I think, for many of you, then or if you work with a large company and you want to create a new product, it's the same thing. Just find the right group of people to work with and be open to collaborate. Yeah, I think that's more or less a long-winded answer.
It makes a lot of sense. I think I'm taking this advice for myself as well. And it's true. Like I really like your views on team spirit, fostering collaboration and talking to others, bounce ideas. Like this, the spirit of meeting up. This idea is really a place where ideas can nurture. And I really hope that one day we can welcome you in Southeast Asia and allow you to share more of your experience with our folks here. So maybe one last question for you, Nando. So you're very concerned and motivated by the goal of improving mankind's existence if not saving it. Where do you see the impacts of AI research in our livelihoods in the short and in the long term?
Yeah, this is a heavy question. It's clear that with technological advancement, we can solve problems that we couldn't do before. I mean, it's clearly that something like AlphaCode is a very useful thing because it could allow software engineers to be a lot more efficient. So we look at program competitions, but the same pipeline could easily be changed to do other things like code complete, code search, and so on. So there's a lot of things a lot of software tools we could build to be able to code at a higher level. But even something that seems to be as beneficial as this could be used for different purposes. So someone might choose to use this to build a new communication app that brings together communities, or to sort of do software for a new controller that will help power some energy generation thing. It could be from a plasma fusion reactor to some desalination pump in a arid country. But of course, it could also be used for perverse uses. I think the world's not a perfect place, and not all humans are perfect. Unfortunately, there are psychopaths out there that like to cling to power sometimes, and they could also create damage. And so we need to be very careful with the things that we produce. We need to be very careful with how we deploy technology. We need to think of what technologies could be useful. So like, for example, I said progress here will also imply progress in translation, likely. And so for me, translation is a wonderful example of what technology that we can work on, because it brings the world together. Once we can understand each other and so on. We also need to think, of course, there are different values across the world. People have different needs. But at the end of the day, I'm somewhat optimistic, because at the end of the day, we're people. And the common people, we want to wake up safe in our bed. We want to know that our children are safe. We want to live in peace. We want to have meaningful connections with other people. No one wants war. No one wants conflict. And there are some that still defy that, as we've seen recently. But by and large, there is nothing to gain out of conflict. And definitely in terms of violent conflict. Deliberation, yes, it's important to confront people and be able to argue and so on, and to create the right structures of governance and all that. So deploying AI is going to be a very important problem, and thinking about the questions of safety that arise is probably one of the most challenging problems that we're facing at present. I think everyone needs to be talking about this. We need to be sponsoring research at all the major universities on this topic, because we do, at the end of the day, want to make sure that AI is there to help humankind. Ultimately, that will be needed. We've already seen with the vaccines, if it wasn't because we developed the technology for mRNA and so on, I think the world will be in a far worse place than it is today, given the last 2 years. So another example of DeepMind, which is AlphaFold, which is the first, just came out as well last year. It creates the opportunity to speed up drug design and be able to attack diseases that are killing thousands of people. And so with the advancement of AI, we see many wonderful opportunities. We, however, need to ensure that we mitigate the risk. And of course, at the end of the day, it comes down to every human being. We need, I think, as a collective, be active to prevent the bad uses. We need to stand up for human rights and so on. At the end of the day, it's down to the people to choose what path they want. In the end, however, if you're going to look at existential risk into the future, for me, the one real existential risk is that our planet has got a limited time scale. And most, we tend to think of these things couldn't happen, but it could happen. We could be destroyed by a meteorite, or we could even, the sun is going to end. We know that scientists know this, and so our planet will come to an end. And if by then we haven't learned how to become an interstellar species, or at least be able to explore other planets and so on, our race will come to an end. And the only way we can avoid that is by building robots that can explore space and build. So this is a very futuristic vision, but that future will not exist unless we think about AI. So the human race and life possibly in the universe is doomed unless we do something about it. We just need to do it very responsibly and very thoughtfully and very carefully.
Thank you so much, Nando. This was a very complete answer to a very non-obvious question. And thank you so much also for your message of peace that is very needed in the current context. So we have a lot of viewers. We have a lot of people in the audience, and they have a lot of questions. Some questions are directed at Alpha Code. One of those is about your opinion and your hypothesis on why transformers are few shot learners. How are they possibly able to specialize themselves to tasks with such low amount of data?
That's a wonderful question. They are pre-trained with a lot of data. So a lot of the structure, a lot of the knowledge is already in that data. So, and I think even in just the text that exists on the web is large enough that it does encapsulate a lot about human knowledge. I mean, and this is going to be admittedly me speculating at this point in time. It has enough human knowledge that allows us to reason about objects, do theory of mind, thinking about this person thinks this other person is thinking that. And from the examples that I've seen playing with language models, this seems to be true. A lot of there's many capabilities that are there. Some are not this. Like we've seen some recent papers as well that claim that kind of through very meticulous experimentation are able to disprove some of the original claims about few-shot capabilities of these models. But then there are other examples. One of my favorite through this sort of type of few-shot thing is when you take the model, instead of fine-tuning it, just change the prompt. And Gilbert Strang and colleagues at MIT, Gilbert Strang is a very famous linear algebra professor, has a wonderful book that I remember from my undergrad, highly recommended for those of you learning linear algebra. And what he did, what his team did recently is they took a bunch of the sort of problems that they use for statistics and computers and math and so on in undergrad at MIT and a few other institutions. And then they just rewrote it in a way that another program generating code, in this case, OpenAI's Codex, could take that description and then generate code that then does the solution. And so these are your typical undergrad exam questions. And through prompt engineering, and people go and argue as to how much prompt engineering has been done and so on. But through specifying the problem in a different way, the transformer is able to solve all these problems, which I found to be really remarkable, having been pre-trained on the encoding. So there, it's, I guess, about being ingenious as to how to do this. And so I think we've seen wonderful progress through basically harnessing all the knowledge that's already out there on the web, and actually the entirety of sort of text that we have produced. It seems to already capture a lot about who we are. And maybe humans, we aren't that, part of this is a quest to understand also what are we? What is our intelligence? What is intelligence? And it seems that perhaps a lot of our intelligence is just much more, it's simpler than we think. It's simply about doing prediction. And being able to predict is, a model, there's also a thesis out there that a model that can predict well is a model that can also compress well. The regularities in data that you would use to predict is the regularities that you use to compress. Now, compressed is about finding structure, about getting order in data. There is a philosophy, and this is now open philosophy discussion. It goes back to a book by Schrödinger, the same Schrödinger, the physicist of the wave equation and so on. And he wrote a book titled What is Life? And so not an existential thing, but really what is life physically? And he comes to this conclusion that what distinguishes life is the ability to create order out of disorder. So we live in a universe where, as you know from the second law of thermodynamics, the entropy is increasing. The disorder is always increasing. If you take 2 glasses of water, one that's blue, one that's pink, and you pour them in together, you get disorder. You get something that's sort of brownish and so on. Ice melts. Everything tends to disorder, except life. We create order. A cell creates order in the cell, and it does so at the expense of creating disorder outside. So it produces waste and so on. And it consumes energy in order to do that. The energy of the sun ultimately is what we take. That's the free energy for us in this sort of the thermodynamic explanation is the energy of the sun. So to create order, we just need to predict well. Order is about being able to predict. And it's about being able to extract structure, to create structure out of the randomness. And so the way we go about sampling the world to make predictions, to have more controllability, is really the way we get to, I think, intelligence. And so so in a sense, I'm not surprising that models that are predictive are working so well. There remain questions that we need to test. This question of why are they good few shot learners is still something that we should evaluate on a case-by-case basis. But I'm also not surprised at why they're working so well.
I see. I think it's also a message of hope for research groups that do not have that much, do not have the resources like DeepMind to be able to produce state-of-the-art research. But still, there are some pieces of work that required humongous amount of compute, like AlphaGo or GPT-3 at the very beginning, before even Hugging Face. So my question to you, and a question actually that I found interesting, and that I found in the Slido, is about how do we make how do we help? Is there a way to help AI research groups that do not have such humongous amount of compute?
Yes. So there are ways. I mean, first of all, there are companies out there that do provide, and organizations and universities that also start providing some of these pre-trained language models, for example. Once you have the pre-trained language model, as I said, all you have to do is fine-tune it or prompt engineer your way out into some sort of solution. And so I think that's an important resource. Having access to data sets is another useful resource. And of course, nowadays, thanks to GitHub, I mean, if you search transformer, you will find the code. Interestingly, the type of code that you need to get it to do well with our current implementations requires not only an understanding of linear algebra machine learning, but also an understanding of systems. So when you do computer science, yes, make sure you also take some systems courses, like networking and so on, compilers, etc. So The other thing is actually access to the raw compute, to the chips. Again, I think a few organizations do provide funding, especially for educational institutions, to have access to their infrastructure. I know NVIDIA has done that. When I was an academic, and NVIDIA was kind enough to actually, through a competition process and so on, you had to apply to this, but you could get one of their machines, and that was a huge enabler. Amazon also offers through AWS some cloud credits. Google does this regularly with, especially with our summer schools like the Deep Learning Endowment, Kipo. We always offer TPUs basically for everyone present in the audience. So it's a shame we're not doing this summer school now in Southeast Asia with all the students and folks from Google, because we could do something like that. But there are a lot of, nonetheless, there's a lot of opportunities out there. So I would check with what Google Cloud offers. I would check with what AWS offers, and also with Microsoft Azure, who I think by now they also must be offering something similar, I hope. And if you work for any of those companies or have any say, have friends there and so on, it's important that you engage with them and ask them for it, to make it possible. Because at the end of the day, the big corporations are also made out of people, and the people have a voice, and people can sort of request for access. But having said this, the access will be limited. And that's just because training a model like GPT-3 or AlphaCode, it takes a lot of compute. It takes a lot of energy. It's just still, we haven't figured out how to do that efficiently. I'm assuming, that's one of the big challenges that I think, if you want to work on that problem, then I think it's best you join an organization like Microsoft or OpenAI or DeepMind or Google to work on, or NVIDIA to work on improving that problem, because that's the central challenge. As researchers who work in a startup and so on, you can do a lot with a 1 billion parameter or a 30 million parameter transformer. So I highly recommend you also consider those options, because maybe your solution is not going to be 99% accurate, but if your solution is 88% accurate, maybe it already solves most of the problem. So a big part of it is, how do you pick applications where you don't require 99.99% accuracy? So if you don't require that kind of level of fidelity, and if you're okay with the model that already gives you 60% accuracy, and then you rely on humans working with that model, you can progress. So I would say, think about the smaller models too, and think about how a human would work together with that model to get results. So rather build tools for people, not completely autonomous tools.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like the always the very human aspect of AI in the end. Like, we're creating tools to improve the lives of people, and in the end, we all seek progress of mankind in this. So even if it's Google, Amazon, Azure, they are still interested in, although they are corporations, are still interested in advancement of mankind. We talk a lot about all these topics, and continue on the climate change and the role of AI in this. But our time is limited, this was a very insightful presentation. Thank you so much, Nando, for your kindness and for your presence today. We are very, very honored. I think there are lots of take-home messages from this session. I personally learned a lot, and also would like to thank our audience for the questions and their engagement today. I would like to now pass the mic back to my colleague Geraldine for some closing remarks. Thank you so much, Nando. I hope we will see you soon, and hopefully in person. Back to you, Geraldine.
Thank you very much. Wonderful weekend, everyone.
Thank you very much again, Nando, for the fascinating insights shared during the presentation and fireside chat. Definitely provides a lot of food for thought. We're deeply appreciative of your taking the time on a Saturday morning to give this plenary talk on competition level code generation with Alpha Code and the following fireside chat. Thank you. We have now come to the end of our inaugural Data Science Conference by the GoTo Group. A big thank you once again to the management team of the GoTo Group for your support in this conference. To all the speakers on both days for your awesome sharing of the solutions that you're currently building in the area of data science and machine learning. To those in the GoTo Group who has worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure the smooth execution of the conference. And to the participants of the conference for taking the time to attend the sessions yesterday and today. We hope that you have learned much from the various presentations. To reiterate, if your friends and colleagues are unable to attend this GoTo Data Science Conference, do not fret, you may access the proceedings via the webinar link that you have been provided, as well as via the YouTube channels, Live at Gojek and Inside Tokopedia. As a last matter, we would like to seek your help to provide feedback regarding this conference. Please take some time to scan the QR code on the screen, by which you'll be redirected to our survey feedback form. Alternatively, you can also go to bit.ly/ff-day2-GOTO to fill in the same form. Your feedback is important and invaluable in helping us in our planning for future conferences and events. Thank you all once again for your participation. Have a wonderful weekend.